Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, May the 30th. My name is Gary Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. We're in for a nice open, guys. More importantly, take a look at this. This is my change from the close. Pre-market actives up, and this is my change from the close. Pre-market actives down. Look at this list. Change from the close again. If I scroll down here, this little green area, this light green area, I have it color coded so I'll see everything 10% and above. Look at all the stocks like that. On the downside, only four. Only four. So, we've got a lot of stocks that are gapping up this morning in the pre-market. Not very many, not certainly not as many that are gapping down in the pre-market. So let's take a look at some of the action. Acon, ACON, not too many earnings plays, but ACON gapping up on, let's see, in a commercial agreement with the London Spine Clinic. Okay. Low float, 4.9 million in the float. ETRN, this is benefiting, obviously we're getting hopefully closer to this debt ceiling resolution. And if what I read over the weekend, if that remains, looks like there's gonna be more drilling and stuff. So company like ETRN, I noticed I read somewhere where they should benefit. And certainly in the pre-market, they are just exploding here. That's a huge move, 38% with 430 million in the float. Also, RBC Capital has up their price target from 7 to 10. That's not that big a deal. And AI. Well, AI. I posted in the room. I'd be inclined to swing this one, except for the fact that back here this week here. This is back in April when that short seller came out, a scathing report, knocked the heck out of the stock. The stock was at $35. It got all the way down to 16. It has had a huge recovery, of course, riding on the crest of AI. Now, as Tank pointed out, they don't necessarily make their own AI, but it doesn't really matter at this point. They have, miraculously, they have AI. That's their symbol. So now they have actually taken out the high back in April when that short seller released that report. So they've taken out that high. Bitcoin, I've just got BITO here, guys. BITO obviously having a bit of a surge here, up 4%. I don't know what Bitcoin itself is doing, but I decided this is the ETF, one of the major ETFs for Bitcoin, BITO. And I'm sure, and companies like Mara and Riot are following suit. Palantir continues its march higher. PLKR, I know a lot of you in the room follow Palantir. Another yeah, it's had a great run. I mean, no question. 9 to 14, almost 15 in a couple of weeks. Iova. Now this is kind of a continuation from Friday. Iova. Oops, have I got the wrong symbol? I've got the right symbol. Hmm. Had a big week. Had a bunch of upgrades, price targets. Actually, I've got a whole bunch of them here too. So we've got this is today. I think some of these are from last week's. Excuse me, from last week. But Wainwright with a $38 price target. I'm gonna make sure this is the right stock. Yeah, Iovance. Okay. There's a ton of price targets put on this one. So Wainwright, Chardon Capital, I don't think they were in last week, but Chardon Capital, $29 price target for IOVA. JMP Securities reinstates, they've got a little more modest one, $18. Wow, top is on the move here, guys. I'm hearing top, 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 top. Top is on the move. Remember this a few days ago, a few weeks ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, only up to 257. So it's doing its thing again for whatever reason. That is TOP top. Let's get back to IOVA. All these price targets being put on it. I think 38 is the highest I've seen. Stifel raises their price target to 20. I think they had a 21 last week, so they raised it to 24. Anyway, for whatever reason, a lot of analysts are piling into this with some pretty lofty price targets for IOVA. Look at Marvel. Marvel, second day continuation after earnings, MARVL. Of course, NVIDIA is just still doing its thing, but look at Marvel, guys, MRVL. Had earnings on Friday, huge run, and maintaining and above the high on Friday. Yeah, Friday. Friday wasn't the holiday. So there is MRVL, of course, cashing in AI. LXRX. This could be interesting. If I read this correctly. LXRX. Yeah, it's strange. Well, maybe it's because of the float, but LXRX looks like they got FDA approval on Friday after the market closed. 526, yeah, at 1639. So that's 430 approximately. Has approved Lexicon Pharmaceuticals drug to cut the risk of cardiovascular death, etc. So this is FDA approval for LXRX. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's a very small market. Top, guys, top. If you're going to do this one, obviously be very careful. I mean, this has got only 2.5 million in the float. I don't think there's any news on this. ALAR, ALAR is moving higher. This is actually an earnings play. We have it May 31st pre-market, but it looks like they released today. Yeah, so it looks like they released today. And TIO, yeah, TIO on the move. TIO. Give me a moment. TIO's on the move, so I had a bit of a pullback though, 450 back down to almost 4. So TIO is on the move, TIO. Of course, I had that big run. A lot of profit taking or something else happening over the last few days for TIO. Let's see, YTRA. I think this is an India stock. YTRA. It's an earnings play. It was going, yeah, man, I was looking to short this one. Got into the 200-day moving average at 232. 232. It got a little bit above it, and then it just dropped. I was actually eyeing this one because it was sitting right at that 200-day moving average, but then I had to move on to do other things. So that would have been an excellent short for YTRA. Lots of shares available, 2 million at Interactive Brokers. Let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week, IONQ. IONQ is the trade of the week. Now, I think in theory, it is triggered. It's over the 1025 is a trigger, but if you're going to do these, usually I would wait for the market to open I mean, this is all the pre-market action. Again, AI play, AI play. Ah, top was halted for 2 weeks. Okay, thank you. You're right. I was looking at the last thing I saw was the temporary, yeah, on the 12th. I'm not going to get this. For some reason, there's no data to display happens from Interactive Brokers. Don't understand. Anyway, it is now open, open for business. Now, in the pre-market, there are no volatility halts. There can be news halts, but there are no volatility halts in the pre-market. I have a feeling that this would have been halted during market hours. Pepe, are you in the room? Pepe, are you in the room? Big move. Big move coming out of that halt. Yeah, that got halted. That was halted on the 15th, 12th. Looks like on the 12th. So, yeah, almost a 3-week halt. Take a look at NVIDIA, guys. NVDA. I know it was right at 400 last time I looked. Yeah, right at 400 and now over 400. So 405 now for NVIDIA. Wow, what an incredible move. Thursday earnings, Friday maintained the earnings gap, and now it's continuing. Of course, they're all saying this is the major AI player. That's why Marvel, it's sort of a cheaper way to play it, perhaps. Of course, the really cheap way, well, Marvel is $67. NVDL. Now, this is crazy sort of ETF, 1.5 time ETF for NVIDIA, guys, NVDL. So if you don't want to play, you want to, if $400 is too expensive for you, then you can look at NVDL. Now the only issue is, and I don't know if this is the same as most ETFs, but they get readjusted every evening. So that is the issue. Don't know enough about this. Somebody might, like William, might know, or Shady, if he's in the room, probably would know if this is one of those ones that get readjusted. Yeah, the NVDS for the short. So they've named this well. NVDA go long and NVDS go short. Morning Pioneer Club in our YouTube room. Welcome, YouTubers. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, we have a pretty decent size upgrade list, hardly any downgrades. So let me get them in the room. Bear Killer. Well, I was almost going to not open. Ija, I was almost going to not open the Discord room, but since you're there, I'll keep it open just for you. So let's take a look at some of these upgrades. We've got them in the room. See if there's anything interesting. See, okay, ELEV has an upgrade. I know that was a big one last week. This coin upgraded. There's the upgrade for ETRN by RBC. Don't see anything by Goldman. I don't see multiple upgrades. In other words, one stock being upgraded by multiple firms. Wow, only two downgrades that I see. Again, I'm sure there are more out there, of course, but I'm just talking about what I get from briefing.com. Moment, I'll just get them in the room now. All right, one moment, please. Take a look at Tigo, TIGO. TIGO had a downgrade this morning. Don't know too much about them. Yeah, so far that downgrade hasn't affected it at all. ACON just made a new high, guys. ACON just made a new high. And they had some news. Announces the commercial agreement with a London clinic and London spine clinic. Says the London clinic will be its first customer in London. Okay. Low float, 5 million in the float. When you look left, has room, 238 is around that, about 238 or so is the next high looking left for ACON. And as always, guys, when I talk about the next high looking left, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing out where there could be a resistance area. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. I'm sure we're going to see everything positive. So I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. Scroll down until I see show more. And you get the sector status. Well, I'm okay. There's something wrong here. This is, I think, almost impossible. Maybe not. Okay. Well, energy. I don't know what energy is doing right now, but obviously energy prices or oil price must be down a bit or something. What you're seeing here, this is okay. First of all, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. Okay. And look at consumer staples. Consumer staples, 82% are down from Friday's close. This is a little surprising with the market. I mean, it's not obviously not every sector is positive. 60% of healthcare down. But look at retail, 81% up from Friday's close, etc. Okay, so what I really want to do though is take a look at where they are in relation to their moving averages or the 200-day moving average. So look at XLE, guys, moving further and further away from the 200-day moving average. Here's XLE up here. I'm sorry, there's the 200-day moving average, the green bar, the green line on my daily chart. And there is XLE down here, moving away from it. Retail, XRT. Yeah, it's been moving away again from the 200-day moving average. A little bit of a little green bar, green candle on Friday, but still well away from that 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at consumer staples, XLP. So below it, touched it again on Friday. You know, here's their Thursday and Friday. So Thursday it broke down below it, touched it on Friday, still down below it though. So those are three major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. XLV was weak this morning. Give me a moment. XLV. Another one moving away from the 200-day moving average, XLV. That's well, that's four of them. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Okay, well, Thursday touched it. Friday moving a little bit above it. So it's still above it, but in jeopardy. Financials, of course, are still going to be below. Can't even see the 200-day. Have to back this out a bit. Financials still below the 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary. This is the one that surprises me. XLY, XLY. This is the one that really surprises me. That is, it looked like until Friday, looked like it was going to drift down towards it. Friday had a big day and continuing above. Materials. Let's take a look at materials. XLB. Yeah, I mean that broke down last week below the 200-day moving average, so that's another major. And then there are the two stars. XLC is a star. XLC Communications, big star. Look at that 200-day moving average, well above it, and today moving higher. And tech, XLK. So communications and tech. Look at it. Look at tech. Wow. Oh, when you look at it, guys, six of the major sectors are below the 200-day moving average, and three are above. So there you go. I suppose I really should be looking at SMH. That technically I don't look at it as a well, it's a major sector, but it's not the ones that start with X. Okay, so but there's can't even see the 200-day moving average. So of course with Nvidia and Marvel and all those semis, I mean they're just going crazy. Let's take a look to see if there's anything interesting happen. Didn't mention Path. So this is an AI stock. Okay, this is an AI stock also. Path, PATH, big float. Yes, if Pepe was in the room yet. BTOG, Bit Origin, obviously a Bitcoin play? Maybe not. Yeah, yeah, crypto mining, okay, even though it seems to be lumped into merchant wholesalers, wholesale trade. Pepe, I don't know if you still have your IT company, but if so, I want to be hired as a junior IT guy. I think I may have solved the issue. I shouldn't even say it, but I think I've solved the issue of my computer going crazy. Great tell. Okay. So honestly, guys, I'll get right back to trading. But so I ran Trade Ideas as the only thing that was open all weekend, and it still goes crazy, up and down, up and down, up and down. So I looked at my the activity, what was happening, and Trade Ideas, as you say, was not really that bad. It was only like at 8%, 10%. But there was something called ease of access experiences. Ease of access experiences. And it was only at 4%, 5%. But I looked at that, and that was the only one that had any activity. And I said, well, let's just get rid of it. And it was like a miracle, truly like a miracle. All of a sudden, my computer went like to a whisper all weekend. Now I've loaded it today. I've got everything up and running, and it's just a minor little work. Now I'm not saying it's not going to, every now and then it might have a spike, but it not having that constant drone. So ease of access experiences. Now I don't know if it was just a fluke or a coincidence, but the minute I ended that task, it was like a miracle. I was Yeah. I don't know what that does. I mean, it sounds like ease of access experiences. It seemed to me that, okay, making it easier to access, obviously. And if I don't care about that, I don't know. I have no idea. But that's all I did. Anyway, back to trading, guys. Or let's take a look at what's happening. Just looking to see if there's anything. Now, this AAIC, which I did not mention, this is a buyout. AAIC is a buyout, okay? So Pepe, just to finish this, does that make any sense at all? Or is it just a complete and utter coincidence? Just just to put a finish on this is where it was. It was in the ease, okay? It's not there anymore right now, but it was called Ease of Access Experiences right here. And it was like, 4% or something like that. And it was the only one. Everything else was zero. And I thought, okay, let's just see what happens. I mean, to me, it is I'm sorry, guys. I'll get honestly. Market's going to open in less than a minute. Okay, guys. So sorry, but it's like a miracle. I don't even hear my computer now. It's crazy. Okay, guys. Market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great start to this shorter trading week. We've only got 4 days. Of course, hope everybody had a good 3 days off. I know I did. There's nothing like recharging the batteries. Okay, guys, we've got three, two, one. We are now open for business. Typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. No, I agree. Trade swings. I don't know if you read what I said. Is I'd be inclined to swing this AI, except for that short report. And who knows if they come out and say, "Okay, guys, we got to reissue that short report that we did in April." And even if it doesn't cause it to crash down to 16, it could easily put a damper on it for a while. And that's the only thing that is really preventing me from taking just a little bit and putting a pretty wide stop on it. There actually is an earnings play, guys. TIGR is an earnings play. And also there's another one. Probably should have mentioned it because it was a high flyer months ago, is GOTU, another China education stock. But I looked at this in the pre-market. It was just kind of chopping around. I thought, nah, what could it really do? But anyway, there's GOTU is another earnings play. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm just having a conversation with our internally here. Give me one moment, guys. Give me a moment. Running up, guys. So Tiger is an earnings play. TIGR is an earnings play. Of course, China Fin, Tiger, TIGR on the move here. AR guys, AR is let's see, AR is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And now the issue is that the next low looking left is around 20, so I can't take this trade right now. It- It's yeah. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm just checking something. Sorry, guys. Slight distraction, but I'm back. Aqua guys, AKBA, AKBA. What is AKBA doing? Don't like it. Too much resistance near term. Carvana's on the move. CVNA, no counting for any of this stuff. Lots of volume coming in. Carvana, CVNA on the move. Let's take a look left. 1367. I think 1367 or so. 1370 or so is the next high. Excuse me, looking left on the weekly chart for Carvana CVNA. I don't think I mentioned beat this morning, guys. Beat. I don't think I mentioned it on my list, but I don't think I mentioned it. So beat is doing. So it had news on Friday, and the news looked pretty good, but it sold off. It just completely sold off. That news is still there. And now it looks like it's taken hold a lot better this morning. This was, yeah, announced as an automated cardiac detection patent granted for HeartBeam Amigo system. That was the news on Friday, and but it just sold off. I mean, it didn't really hold. I think pre-market it had a huge pop and just sold off for the balance of the day. There goes AI, guys. AI. Again, there's no specific news on it. Well, I guess there is some, okay, if you want to call it specific news. So AI now available in AWS Marketplace. Okay. So they did actually put out some news. Yeah, ChargePoint CHPT, I think it had an upgrade. Yeah, Bank of America. So to a buy, but I guess they had a higher price target, but so they still have a price target of 14 on CHPT. That's Bank of America, BOA. Yeah, I saw Tesla in the pre-market. It must be over what 200 now, right? Uh, Not TLSA. How about Tesla? hmm Yeah, I saw it in the pre-market doing its thing, and that and was what was interesting. It was right at the 200-day moving average, which was basically 200. So the VWAP and the 200-day moving average basically at 200. And again, you want to short Nvidia? This is the ETF, but look what's happening. So again, you want to short Nvidia, but you don't want to short the actual stock. You can actually buy this, but look what's happening. Obviously, Nvidia must be. Take a look at the stock itself. Yeah, so Nvidia, wow, what a move! Another great move, $21, 5%. These are huge moves with that float, 2.7, 2.3 billion in the float. Nvidia joins the trillion-dollar club. I'm probably going to get no data to display. You guys getting that too sometimes from Interactive Brokers? This is the news service. Not everything I click does that, but meanwhile, AI guys, AI now over 39 and moving. Gevo, I haven't seen Gevo for a long time. GEVO, don't like it. Don't like it. I'm just looking at this daily chart. To me, anyway, it looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. They also announced a $25 million stock repurchase program. Yeah, Bud continues. This is now through the 200-day moving average. Tried to stay there on Friday, but now Bud is through the 200-day moving average. BUD. Well, guys, AI now at 40, or almost at 40. AI almost at 40. Carousdale, right? Was it Car? It was. I know I should ask the question every time. Is Carousdale who short was a short seller, or these guys? They must be if they, well, whoever it is must be gnashing their teeth right now. Alcoa is weak, guys. AA is weak. Alcoa. This has been on a steady decline. Had earnings had earnings upcoming in July, but I mean that I think earnings were here, and boy, ever since then it's just been dropping, and that's Alcoa AA underneath the whole number. Another AI play, guys. SOUN. Look how many momentum downs there are. One stock. Look how all the ones up. Well, we've got it. Yeah, that's the reason. Remember when I was looking in the The sectors, based on what I thought was going to happen, I thought maybe all the sectors would be positive. So we've got a little disconnect going again. The Dow is down a little, NAS is up. So we've got a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks again. Okay, actually, GOTU actually went, well, they didn't go quite negative, but yeah, that's why I didn't like it. It was just chopping around too much in the pre-market. It's an earnings play, but wasn't too impressed by it. Look at LWLG, guys. Another one that had a interesting Thursday, big move up, big sell off, nice kind of semi recovery on Friday, and now above the 200-day moving average and above the high of Thursday, well above it now, and that's LWLG. And see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news. GH. One moment, guys. Okay, guys, let's take a look at what's happening with some of these races. VSTM. VSTM, this is the one, yeah, last week. Yeah, it was under $1, soared high, got up to 129, closed under $1 again, up over $1. But now it's over $1 again at VSTM. Big float, 191 million in the float. WB Weibo is now, wow, that's a big drop here, guys. Next high looking or next low looking left is 1289. It's at 1469 right now. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And that's WB China stock. Dror, I see you asked that question. I thought Stephanie answered you. I don't have the answer to that. But I saw that Stephanie answered you. I can't answer any better than she did. Are you talking about AI, William? You mean as in AI, the stock? Yeah, I mean that is just well over 40 now, challenging 41. But it's interesting because if you look at, okay, let's take a look at BFAI just as an example. Let's see if what it's doing, BFAI. I'm sorry, that's not B, it's BFRG. BFRG. I mean, it's up. It's up 6%, but I don't consider that absolutely going crazy yet. That's just one. What was there? What was CCXI or CXAI or and how about the trade of the week, which is kind of an AI play, IonQ, CCAI, yes, GFAI, yes, GFAI. Come on. Okay, I mean it's up 7%, but I'm just looking here. I mean, it has a ways to go to really break out. To me, it's only AI. Weibo guys, WB, WB. IOVA, I want to just take a look at IonQ to see what it's doing. So I mean it did trigger, the trigger is 1025, and then it just dropped. Oh, AA, Alcoa, AA continued on that break of the whole number 33. ATTO, let's take a look at ATTO. That is a big afternoon, Friday afternoon. Something must have happened. Some news must have happened with ATTO Friday afternoon after the market closed. Okay, guys, LWLG is on the move here. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. The next high looking left looks like around 746 or so. If I can take that out, then the next high is around 8. And then you get the magic area up around 9. Weibo, guys, WB continues to move down here. WB continues to move down. This has got still a lot of room on that weekly chart until it hits that low. Not saying it's going to get there. I also have a $38 price target, amen, from I think Wainwright. $38 price target for Iova from Wainwright. I mean, that happened on Friday. I don't know, maybe they upped it. I really, it's hard to keep track. Okay, guys. Well, now AI is doing its thing, as I call it, its thing. I mean, there's a huge topping tail now. So there's about a $3 drop. Weibo continues to inch its way down. WB. There was the alert after the first 15 minutes, 1468. Not a huge drop yet, but continues to inch its way down. Now, NVDS, of course, is what that's a breakdown. So William is probably doing okay now because I think he bought this. This is, of course, if you want to short NVDS, or sorry, if you want to short NVIDIA, but you don't want to actually go out and short the stock at $400, you can buy this. Yeah, so far, not giant red candles on the SPY. SPY is still, NAS is now, dropping a bit. Actually, the Dow's gone up a bit. It's still down 24, but the Dow has gone up a bit from its lows. Eco, guys, ZTO, look at this, right on the sitting right on the 200-day moving average, 2588. That's that green line on my daily chart. ZTO, sitting right on top of that. Will it hold it? If not, the next low on the daily chart looks like around that 2482 mark. So it has about $1 to the next low if it takes out that 200-day moving average, and that is ZTO. ZTO. Weibo. Look at this, 1431 now from 1468. ZTO guys, Weibo. Sorry, William. I'm sorry, William. I'm not cheering against you, but I am. Yes, I am. My conditions, it was after 9:45. I said to you guys, when I looked left, look at all the room it had. Remember, I'm not telling anybody what to sell or what to buy or short or anything. It's pointing out the opportunities. I love my 10-day daily breakout and down. So I always pay very close attention. Give me another moment, guys. All right. Well, now, me, I mean, it's getting close to that whole number. So always fearful that it could be stalled at that whole number. So I'm going to take some off right now, cover some. PR. Oh, wow, look at MNPR. Nothing, no action whatsoever in the pre-market. MNPR all of a sudden scooting higher here, guys. Unfortunately, not shortable for me. Looks like, okay, so it's above that high way back here. This is back in March, 150. So it's sitting at that 150 level. The 200-day is up here at 220. So it still has some room. I don't know what happened in terms of news that hit, but something put a charge into it. Look at the volume that came in. 425 times normal now, volume up to this time of day. The one that getting some action here is KOPN. KOPN is getting some action. Actually, it's not a low float, 100 million in the float. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific. There was some insider buying. Looks like a lot of insider buying on the 25th. It's all the insider buying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least 9 insiders have been buying this KOPN. All right, guys. Well, WB continues to inch its way down to 4. I mean, again, I have my doubts it's going to take out 4, but I did take some off at the 1420. Taking some off, meaning covering my short position. All right. Oh, we've got some Holster zooms. I haven't even looked at them though. I'm glad to see top. Hopefully nobody got nailed by top. QSG just got halted on the way, maybe on the way up. Yeah, on the way up. Moved all the way down here and then popped back up to 830. So on this move up, it got halted on the way up. GDC, which of course we've seen this one in action a few weeks ago, got up to $44. Actually, didn't realize that MNPR had been halted and then resumed. Didn't realize it. Okay, any stocks on the Barry watch list up or down? Now, this is what, when I go to a channel, I notice this is when my Computer goes a little more crazy, but that's okay. Oops. All right. Well, I'm getting some. I mean, these are the last ones, okay? So I can't tell you what happened earlier because these are alert windows. So I'm only going to get the ones that the last ones that happened. Now, when you say you're not getting any, do you mean you're just getting a few, like these ones? All depends when you load it. That makes sense, Joe? When you load my channel, you should at least get these ones. And again, you'll only get the last one that happened, okay? There could have been ones earlier than, on the down, at 10:08. There could have been ones earlier. Hey guys, I've covered most of my WB now. Yeah, you know what, guys? We're starting to get back into my favorite use of the 10-day daily breakout and down. Now, we went through a period where these 10-day daily breakouts were just awesome, okay? But before that period, I was always more interested in the breakdowns. And I'm just finding, the tide has turned again. More interested in the breakdowns than I mean, I'll look at the breakouts, but I'm not seeing the same sort of continuation as we're seeing in the breakdowns. So this one, I didn't like it. I mean, it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I didn't like it because I thought 20 was too close. Okay, so we had the alert at 2049. I just thought that 20 was too close as the next low looking left. So I took a pass on it. Otherwise, I probably would have taken this one because, say 19 had been the next low looking left. I probably would have taken that one. And again, guys, taking a look at my 20-day range low, this top list window that I look at when things kind of settle down a little bit and compare it to the 20-day range high, what do you see? Nothing here. And I mean, this is not quite full, but this has been the theme over the last since I've been watching this over the last couple of weeks. Hardly any stocks making 20-day range highs versus many more making 20-day range lows with other filters in place, of course. But Ooh, this is shortable for me too. It's a little late. Too bad. So again, looked like it had pretty good news. LXRX looked like it had pretty good news in the pre-market. FDA granted them a approval. They got FDA approval for their drug, and the market popped on that. But look at this. So it's, I don't know, one of two things. I mean, it's maybe there's just not a huge market for this drug. So even though they have approval, there's just not a lot of big market. 184 million in the float. I mean, it's gone negative. So there you go. So that's what William is saying. So also, I mean, they're a tiny bio. So they're, as William says, they're going to need cash to bring it to the market. And this actually happened after hours on Friday. That news that the FDA granted them approval for their drug. You can see the move after hours. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. As I'm back. Wow, Weibo made another new low. I don't have that much left, but Weibo did make another new low, trying to challenge that 14. So I have a little bit left just in case it does break down through 14. Take a look at Shady's Vuzi, VUZI. Yeah, I've been straight up almost. It's a collaboration to bring smart eyewear to customers. Smart eyewear. All right. Crazy low float, 58 million in the float. So it's not low, not high, but it's certainly not low. Now it is shortable for me. Lots of shares, 226,000. I'm not trying to ruin Shady's trade, but getting close to that whole number, and also right at, well, the whole number and the 200-day moving average. So I mean that's certainly you have to be aware of that. So right at that 200-day moving average. And just stalling right now. VUZI is just stalling. Now, if it can take that out, the next high looking left is 550 or so. So if it can take that out at that 200-day moving average, Right, that 14 level still appears to be tough for WV to get through. Boy, this is just stalled here. VUZI is just stalled. Lots of action right at that 200-day moving average area. It's over the VWAP. 478 is the VWAP. And there's the 200-day moving average, 5. So it's in, well, basically right in between, but right at that 200-day moving average for VUZI. Well, I'm pulling for you, Shady, that it takes it out. Because if it does, the next high looking left on the weekly is 550. So that would be, so it does still have some room. See, I did see this one in the pre-market, VRAR. So then it did this. So it got up to 590 and it came right back down. So I sort of just forgot about it. But here we go, guys. VRAR, probably a low float, 9.5 million in the float, 9.5 million in the float. Other one that broke through the 200-day moving average on Friday. Looking left, 689 has some room to 689. I believe that's the next high. And that is on the weekly chart for VRAR. Hey, LWLG. Yeah, the VWAP is 703, so it got down a little bit below the VWAP. The VWAP, it looks like it's trying to hold. Okay, it looks like it's trying to hold. And now the only issue, I mean, it got up to 736 and then it just got wiped out on that next 15-minute candle. That red candle there just wiped all that out. But it looks like the VWAP is trying to hold the VWAP, which is 703. And that is for LWLG. Well, WB has been kind of choppy from 14 to 1420. But I am going to, William, are you still short this thing? WB, are you still short? Long. I meant long. Okay. That's right. Well, okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm just waiting on the WB, the little I have left to see if it takes out 14. Boy, AA would have been a nice short underneath that 33 when I mentioned it. All right, guys, it's getting close to 10:30. I just want to talk just a little bit about our test drive that's coming up. Well, WB at 1401 now. All right, I put the link to the test drive in. Test drive, it says June the 5th to the 20th. So this is what it looks like when you click the link. So what'll happen is for $11.11, you'll get access to our program between June the 5th and June the 20th, which is 10 trading days. Okay. It'll be just as if you're a premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade anything. Okay. So if that's the only reason why you thought you wanted to try our test drive is to do some auto trading and see what it's like, don't do it. It's that simple. Don't want to disappoint anybody. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So you will not get any live data until the 5th, that is next Monday. You will have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday, though. So you'll be able to play around with it for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. And I encourage you to do that. Don't show up to the test drive Monday morning without having a clue about what Trade Ideas is all about. You know, do a little bit of homework. I'm going to give you a link. It at least gets you going. The other thing is when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Now, we only do this. The last one was October. I have no idea when the next one will be. So again, if you can afford $11.11 to try us out for 10 trading days, go for it. I'm gonna show you a link. Give me a moment. Is there any specific news for Weibo WB? I didn't see any. The China stock, I mean, before I go into my homepage, I just want to bring up KWeb to see what's happening, KWeb, to see if it's maybe overall China, but that is getting really hit. Yeah, so China's being hit somewhat. I mean, so maybe that's just, reaction to what's happened to the overall China stock. So that's down 2.8%. Weibo, I'm sure, is down way more, but maybe it's just being hit with the rest of China stocks. Hmm. All right, guys. So I put a link into my homepage. So again, if you're going to take this test drive, now, okay, before I do that, the promo for 25% off is still valid. Let me put the promo in. Give me a moment. Okay, so that's the promo code you can use, Memorial 25. Okay, so obviously don't use this one. So don't use Barry 15. Use Memorial 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, again, Memorial, all in caps, 25. Still valid. I don't know for how much longer. Certainly till 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay. Now, again, if you're going to take this test drive, you can even do this right now. You don't have to wait for the test drive to get to look at this. But if you click on the Get Started, You don't have to worry about the download. Now, if you're going to take the test drive on Friday afternoon when you have access to the program, this will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, what the toolbar is all about. So you can actually do that right now, what the toolbar is all about. But you can take a look at the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, and our charts. Okay, you can do that right now. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is and a top list window is. Okay, at the very least. And if you're new to trading, we've got a little course for you. In fact, Michael Noss, today's Tuesday, should be in our YouTube room today. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me. And today, it being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. He put this course together. It is free. I do a stock of the day video right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. It is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So education, big education section is right here. When you click here, and then the guide. So another, again, to get used to what Trade Ideas is all about, there's that getting started again. A little more detail about alert windows and top list windows, T windows, and I'll be spending a lot more time on stock racing during the test drive. So you should look at this, the stock races. Okay, we've got 4 videos, and we've got race startup, clickable, race configuration, clickable, etc. There's the getting started again. So the daily support sessions that I referred to. So again, between 12 and 1, I do take a break when the other traders takes over for me. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Michael for his hour if you like to. And last, my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and what you're looking for are my scans, just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down until you get to the scan section. Click here in the scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You can see over here, the halts resumes is here. The biggest gainers from the open is right here. That's a race that I'm sharing. I'm also sharing another race that you don't see. And here are my 10-day daily breakout and downs. Okay, so how it's presented here on my homepage is individual scans, so you can pick and choose which ones you want. Some people, maybe if you don't want a short, well, fine. Okay, this is the don't repeat version. Don't repeat stands, DR stands for don't repeat. So for instance, what that's telling me is that WB, the first alert when it met all the filter requirements was at 948. The price was 1468. So you can click on it. Now over here is the repeating version. You can see every time it made a new low, you will see it. So the last low it made was 1392. You can also click on the alert, and you will see an arrow. And that arrow will tell you the candle that the alert happened. Now, this is an up arrow. That doesn't mean to go long it. It's just designating what candle it was. That's all. Okay. So on a 15-minute chart, you can kind of, you can go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? Obviously, it did great if you were shorting it. And there's the dock momentum up and down right here. Now, if you don't want to see the ones moving down, all you have to do is exit out. Okay, just exit. Click that X, I should say. Click that X, and then you'll just see the ones moving higher. Now I see Domo showed up my price alerts for some reason. Yeah. There's a low last week was on Friday was around 12 for Domo. So if you decide you want to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Click on it, and then again, you can use that Memorial 25 for 25% off. Also, if you save my homepage, then you have access to my scans and that education section anytime. And remember, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and we have a lot of scans in this toolbar. Or if you click on the toolbar, you click on new, and you click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. So we've created a lot of scans. So if you don't want to make your own scans ever, you can always use the scans that I created and any of the ones that we've created in the channel bar. And of course, you can always modify those scans. So, for instance, if you looked at one of my scans and you liked it, but you didn't like the price range, you can just change the price range. You didn't like the minimum volume I've got, you can change it. When you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you want to add, maybe you start looking at the different filters we've got, maybe add a filter that you like. Maybe you take one out that I've got in there. But what we try to do, make it pretty easy to start without having to know how to make any scans at all. Yeah, can't we believe these bottoming tails and all on the spy there? I mean, that doesn't look right. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Oh, here's another could be interesting one, guys. VET, Vermilion. It's not a veterinary, but Energy Plate of Canada. Vet below the whole number. And when we look left on the weekly chart, I don't think we can see very much. Wait, we got to go. So we've got to go back to December of 2021 before we see these lows for VET. So there is room for this to move down if it wants to. Remember, in the pre-market, we saw XLE, and XLE was super weak. Every single stock was down from Friday's close. I'm going to make a general announcement also, guys, a couple of things, okay? Don't disregard an email you may get from us that says you have to fill out the exchange agreements again, okay? There are people that we've had to shut off because, and it's unfortunate, maybe they get the email, but they don't read it and they just disregard it. And we have to do this every year for everybody on everybody's, like if they have an annual subscription, even a monthly, I guess, but and it's the exchanges who are forcing us to do this. They want to make sure that we know if there's any pros using our program, in which case the exchanges will charge them to access the data. Okay, whereas if you're not a pro, of course, the subscription for Trade Ideas includes the data. So please don't disregard it because we're getting people, and we just have to do it because we get audited. And so all of a sudden, we're getting people emailing in, and hey, what's happened? How come you've cut me off? I have paid. Atto guys, ATTO. Could this keep running here? This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Man, now look at LWLG. So this has been all over the place. So it had that big pop, 30 minutes down. Now another move higher. Now, the other thing I'm going to say is please, every evening, shut off Trade Ideas, okay? Do not keep Trade Ideas running for days on end. So those are two public service announcements. Hopefully that'll help some people. All right, guys, I am somewhat interested in this ATTO. Excuse me. Low float. They have earnings, looks like during market hours. Very rare does that happen. I have to see. It may be before the market opens tomorrow. Out of Luxembourg. This is a oh, for tax purposes, I'm pretty sure that's why they're indicated out of Luxembourg. Borg. Okay, guys, this is on the move here now. ATTO. The high after hours on Friday was 243. Give me a moment, guys. I mean, this Atto's got some room, a little bit of room to that 240 level, which is kind of where it got to after hours on Friday. I think that's the next high looking left. Yes. So 240. I think it's getting there, of course. Was IOVA a pre-market runner? I don't think it ran a huge amount, but I guess it was. Yeah, I guess it was actually. I mean, it closed at 750 after hours Friday. Got up to yeah, so it was a runner. I mean, it's pulled all the way back now. I know it's the trade of the week. I would never take them so early anyway. Okay, guys. I mean, My advice would be to let things settle down a little bit, give it at least 15 minutes, even though the trigger is, you hit the trigger at 10:25. I just think it's actually, I'm sorry. I'm looking at, it's completely wrong. I'm thinking INOQ. So anyway, the answer is yes. IOVA was a pre-market runner, and lots of, for whatever reason, a lot of brokerages are putting some really aggressive price targets, all the way up to $38. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was thinking of IonQ, but some pretty aggressive price targets. The highest I've seen is $38 from Wainwright. I think it ranges from 18 to 38 for this IOVA, but it just can't seem to hold. Oh, no, Atto, guys, Atto, ATTO. Again, has room to 244. Okay, so that is one that ran from 212 now, 238. I'm not in at 212. Okay, but again, the attraction to the for me is the fact that when you look left, it's got room in any of these. Okay, so on a daily chart, 240, and a weekly chart, even more, 270. Yeah, 270. So I mean, if you have this, that's all I'm doing is I look at the alert. And then first thing is I just check to see how much room could it go? How much room does it have before it hits the next high? First, I'll look on the daily chart and then I look at the weekly chart. And that basically will make up my mind. For the reason I did not take AR, I mean, it could get down to 20, but I didn't take it because I thought 20 was too close. Okay, wow, we're at that 240 level now, guys. So the next high, excuse me, is that 266 level. I'm not sure if I think I have seen this one before. I sort of remember the name Atento, but haven't seen it for a long time. Excuse me. You can see it's been in a steady decline over the last few months. Wow. I mean, 260. I mean, if it takes out 260, then the next high is around 3. I don't see any news on it. Must have had some news Friday afternoon. Atento in agreement with note holder. That's the 23rd, though. So I don't know. Something happened Friday afternoon. Let me see if I can find our news, if it has something. Okay. Nope. I don't see any news for it on Friday afternoon either. Is that to do with ATTO, ATTO, Captain, or is that you're just talking in general? I wish this LWLG wasn't quite so erratic because it does have some room also. The next high is 8. The next high is 8 on the weekly chart. And then if it can, again, if it can crack through that, you're looking at around 9 as the next highs on the weekly chart. It's a big float, 112 million in the float. I think it had some news. I don't know if this is an AI Lightwave Logic begins commercialization of its no data to display. And that was on the 23rd. I'm sorry, on the 25th. Oh, it's a semi. Okay. Thank you, Ori. Well, AI is back, guys. AI is right back up now after that. Oops, after the downturn from 40 is coming right back up. This is the sort of action I'm used to with AI. Big topping tail up to 41.36, then all the way down to 35. I mean, you're talking as a $6 drop there. Oh, WB just made another new low. Well, if it can really clear 14, then the next low is down here around 13 on the weekly chart for WB. Actually, a green bar ignored. This is actually a great looking green bar ignored for WB. So we've got your downtrend, and then we have a green bar. If you can see my 15-minute chart, we have a green bar that is totally engulfed by the previous red one. But even more important, in my opinion, is a big topping tail. Remember, the buyers had it, were trying to get it up here, and the sellers knocked it down, and then the trend continues down. So this is looking really, really weak again. WB, just one moment, please. Yeah, I'm not in this stuff. LWLG. I wish well, I just find it too choppy. It's a little too choppy for me. But if it can maintain this, there's 8 and then way up here at 9. I'm actually toying with the idea of adding back to my position. I have a little bit left still of the WB, but I'm toying with the idea of maybe adding to it right now with that green bar ignored. Killing me, this LWLG. Now, the other thing to keep an eye on is KWeb, I guess. KWeb, if you're still in this WB, yeah, look at KWeb. I mean, so I mean, if it's going to follow China, I mean, look at KWeb. All right, guys, just kind of now look at that. Boy, that go-to. I have it not quite thumbnailed, but I have an eye on it. GOTU. So this has gone not negative yet. China stock, not negative yet. Earnings play, shortable for me. Guys, if this really capitulates even more, I mean, I would print this out. Okay. This is about as ideal a green bar ignored as you want, in my opinion, with the topping tail. And that is for the WB on a 15-minute chart. PDSB, I have it thumbnailed, so this is why I'm aware of it. Looks like it's right at the VWAP. 853, yes, it's right at the VWAP. PDSB at a, well, interesting day on Friday. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. I think it had some news. MMS not showing up for me, probably because it's oh, so it popped up to what, 8123-ish, came right back down. MMS, not very much volume. Oof, not very much volume. UTME showing up here. Okay, through the 200-day moving average, which is about 133, through the 200-day. Lots of room to the next high looking left, 221. Let's see if it settles down a bit. China stock. So this is going, counter to the rest of the China stocks. Low float. Oh man, LWLG again, guys, just made another new high. Okay, let's take a look at some of the ones that have. I like to take a look at the races more in the afternoon to see if anything sets up again. So let's take a look at CRVS is winning this race. Yeah, not in love with it. I just look left and I see too much what I consider some resistance. Wow, breaking through 8 now. LWLG. If it hadn't done this, this little action here, I probably would have been in it, but probably around that 750 mark. Hey guys, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Watching this LWLG soar without me. Boy, this is a very choppy looking spy now, guys. Never mind the this is pre-market, all these bottoming tails, but even boy, very, very choppy spy action right now. Ah, well, I'm not in the ATTO anymore. Man, yeah, great pullback. Great pullback play for that. I thought so. I thought VRAR was something to do with Vuzi, or not with the company itself, but the same sector. Very good VWAP play. Yeah, look at that. I mean, I got what did it get to? 244 with so the VWAP now the VWAP changes, but 247. So that was a nice VWAP play, pulled right back into it. Okay, are you still in the room? Let's see. There was a question for me. You sent an email. Let me see if I can find it again. So somebody asked a question. Are you still in the room? I don't know if Grady, are you still in the room regarding the KOPN question you had? If you are, I'd like to answer in the room as opposed to trying to answer by email. So the person who asked the question about the KOPN, where did I find the insiders? Are you still in the room? Okay. So I guess you're not in the room. It's a great one though, guys, because if you got a question, just ask me in the room. It's way easier for me to answer in a room, okay? Rather than because I see the email came in. Now, I don't mind, but now I've got to answer by email. When all you have to do is ask the question when you're in the room, okay? So the question was, where did I find that information about Kopin, KOPN, and all the insider buys? Okay, James. No, I don't use any shortcuts. I just do everything manually. Okay. When I click on an alert in Trade Ideas, it loads into my order entry, and then I take a look at the time and sales, try to figure out if I wanted to. Well, obviously, if I want to take the trade, I just do it manually. I don't use I don't use any hotkeys. Okay, guys. Well, I'm basically flat now on the last part of the WB trade I had because I added to it and it didn't work. So I'm all out of WB. It's really, because I did add to it. I got rid of most of my, so I had a piece left and I added, and I thought, okay, I had a little bit of profit in it, but it's actually popped. So I'm out everything. Now you can go for it. 1453, William. Yeah, I mean, KWEB had a little bit of a pop. It's sort of following. I mean, I guess you could say that WB is kind of following what KWEB is doing right now. I mean, FUTU is very much like the KWEB, little bottoming tail, little green candle, FUTU, another China fin, has just been in a steady decline for 2 months from 52 down to 36. All right, guys, let's take a look at UTME again. UTME. So it pulled back quite a bit. Where's the VWAP? It's pulled back to the VWAP, guys. 138 is the VWAP for UTME. So it is pulled back to it. Will that hold it? You know what? I don't like it. Why? Look at that spread. 136, 144, 136, 144 for call it a 150 stock. That's crazy spread. Makes it for me, it makes it somewhat untradeable. Ugh, is it ever? Well, let's see. Can I get back in it? ATTO, yeah, it's too much of a chase, but look left. The next high looking left is on the weekly chart, 323. And then if it can get through that, look out. The next high, 460. And no news, right? No news. No news that I can see for ATTO. I mean, it's still got some room. The next high looking left is 329. 200-day moving average is way above 373, so that's not an issue. Yeah. Anybody find any news on this ATTO? I just can't find anything. Okay, guys, Sky is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play. SKY is an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average, had a big drop and then it popped right back up. But maybe this is I don't know if we can really believe that bottoming tail that happened. But now it looks like it wants to start to move down. And now look at the market. Market is moving down. Well, uranium is taking a bit of a hit here, guys. URA, there's the ETF for uranium. Let's take a look at CC. Um, Give me a moment. Okay, VRAR, guys. So the alert was at 579, and the next high looking left is 689. So it's got some room. Yeah, that spread 576, 587. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, CCJ. I was going to put that in. CCJ. So something, yeah, I bet you, my guess is that CCJ probably has a huge percent of URA. It's one of the major, if not the biggest uranium producers. Certainly in Canada it is. I saw WEAT on my 20-day breakdown. You mentioned you're talking about wheat, WEAT, the wheat fund. All right, VRAR. Will you take out 6? If you can take out 6, then you've got room to 689, 690. That was ugly. Well, let's see if I can regain it. Get over 6. If I gets over 6, I might be induced to take this. But boy, this is a whippy thing. Look at this. Look at that topping tail. Got up to 596, right back down to 566, back up to 578. AVAH. AVAH. All right, let's take a look at this one a little more closely. Right into the 200-day moving average, 126. So it's sitting at 124, AVAH. Where could it go if it takes that out? I guess the next high is 141. Not bad, I guess. Is it 11:29? I'll be back at about 11:35. All right, guys, back again. VRAR, just, the bid just got to catch up to that ask. I thought it almost did it. It almost got through that 6. This Wilds, WLDS, I know it's not Wilds, but WLDS has been very active. Had big action on Thursday, little drop off on Friday, continuing now. WLDS, wearable devices out of Israel. Oh man, Big. Remember Big, guys? Big had earnings on the 26th, got pummeled down, already in a huge downtrend. All-time low again, Big, BIG. Taking out the low of Friday, yeah, it was 562. So it's below that low. Big, BIG. All right, I'm going to put it. I mean, the trend is up for VRAR. The trend is up. Looking at that 15-minute chart, have some bottoming tails. Sellers have been trying to knock it down. Now the buyers had it up here, and the sellers did knock it down. But the trend is up. If you drew a trend line on the 15-minute, let's see if we can hold that trend line and then pop through 6, and maybe have a go to that 7 level for VRAR. All right. In about 25 minutes, I'll be taking a break. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Take a look at Marvel, MRVL. Haven't really looked at it since the pre-market. Okay, so it's below the Friday high. Okay. The V, excuse me, 63.74, so it's below the VWAP. Hmm. This BNRG is wow. BNRG is having a lift here, guys. BNRG, the next high looking left is around 140 or so. Hey guys, before I do take my break, just go over what you're seeing in this race here. And why do we see these stocks? Why are we seeing BNRG right at the top here? But as you can see, this is like a typical race. The winner will not be declared until the race is over, which is another 20 seconds or so. I run 4-minute races. All races start from a top list window. All this is in the guide. So why are these stocks here? Well, okay, VRAR. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and has 200,000 shares that have traded up 2% from yesterday's close, so Friday's close, you can make this list. Okay, number one. Now, before we had races, how we would use a top list window is that you could sort on any column that you had. As long as you had the column header, you could sort on it. So there's this C% is a change from the close. So if I double left click, this is going to tell me that Atto is up 122% from Friday's close, and so on down the list. Obviously, the biggest one. I can also do it the change from the open. So what was this opening trade today? What did it do from there? 88%. So you can see Atto. So anyway, all this information is maybe nice to know, but how are you going to use it to trade? So for instance, what if I'll pick one, UPST. I know UPST has been pretty active. What if UPST, which is right now at 6.9%, at 7.3% now from the open, what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move? It's 8%, 10%, 15%. Pretty hard for you to see something that is moving in a long list of stocks. Okay. And that's where the races come in. What you're seeing here, the race started a minute and a half ago. And since the race started, this stock right here hasn't moved much, it's 2 cents. But this stock, MNPR, has moved 2%. Okay, since the race started. Atto has moved 1.5%. Now, a lot of times, because these can be very volatile, a lot of these stocks here are low float stocks. It's not, I don't have a filter that is only showing me low float stocks, but typically for a stock to really move, a certain percent, usually it's a low float. And look at Atto now, 10%. Okay. So you can now see that, just watching these stocks as they're, jockeying for position. If you start to see a stock moving up the leaderboard, click on it. A couple of things. You don't have to wait for the race to be over before you click on a stock and just see what it's doing. Now, the other thing that happens is that at the end of a race, a winner is declared. And over the course of all the races that are run, a top 10 list is created. So Atto, ATTO, is in the number one position. Why? Because it won 8 races. The 8 beside the Atto means it won 8 races today. MNPR won 5 races. So this gives you a watch list, okay? A watch list for you to concentrate on all day long. A lot of times what will happen is, like the Atto earlier, the Atto had won some races and it moved up and then it pulled back to the VWAP and then it will pop briefly from there. It's pretty choppy now, but that is how you can use this. Okay, because you can click on an alert and check to see what it's doing. Is it near a VWAP? Is it near the VWAP? Is it near a moving average you like? Is it a pattern that's setting up again for you? So just because a stock may not win another race all day, but it may be setting up in a way that you like. So, but that allows you to just concentrate on these 10 stocks. And of course, this list can change. These stocks have only won 1 race. If out of nowhere, this EOSE wins a couple of races, it'll move up. It'll be there's a VRAR, guys. VRAR is now trying to take out 6 maybe. So you can run a race based on your top list selections, of course. Selections meaning filters. So if you don't like this price range, I'm sharing this race and I'm sharing another race called the large cap, Ones which I've added a couple of filters in, making it has to have at least a minimum of a 500 million market cap and a minimum of 50 minimum float. So you're not going to see stocks in that large cap race that I'm sharing, with the huge percentage moves generally. But they can be less volatile, and especially if you're starting out trading, it may be something you want to concentrate on before you start looking at, the more volatile ones. All right, Mr. VRR, are you going to take out six and start to move? So, and you can create your own race based on the stocks you like to follow. We call them symbol lists, but it's like a watch list. And all you do, you create your watch list, you attach it to your top list window, and then you can just run a race based on those stocks. So maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks you like to follow, or maybe, it's a different 20 or 30 every day, but maybe it's just a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day, and you just attach it to the top list window, and then you'll notice that in the top list window, you right click, launch the real-time stock race. And there's all sorts of options. My time is 4 minutes for a race. Yours could be 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 10 minutes, up to you. There's no right or wrong way for a time duration. And all this is in the guide, though. When you click on the guide and go, or the education section of my homepage, and click on the guide and go to TI stock races, 4 videos plus some clickable links that show you how you can set up your own races. Take a look at MNPR. Is it doing anything? Yeah. So I mean, that's a huge pullback now, below the VWAP and all. But what if it had pulled back down to 140, kind of held and then popped? If you're a VWAP type player, then, that would have been a nice setup for you. One of the things about the races is that, it's not to win a race doesn't mean it has to be at the high of the day. All it has to do is be, since the race started, has had to move the biggest percent since the race started. So MNPR down here, all of a sudden, if it gets some buying and it starts to move, it could be winning a race. So this is another way to, you can maybe play pullback plays using the races. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. So Michael will be in our YouTube room. I put it in our wrong Slack. So yeah, Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes from now. Well, Atto is trying to hold the VWAP for sure. Not for sure. I mean, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to, but 281 is the VWAP. It got down to 282. Okay. Now that was before, and then it popped back up, and then it's come right back down. you know, it looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP. Yeah, I looked at that sky. I know it's from the AI. I thought that sky might have a chance when it broke down through that 58 mark, but I was actually going to take this short right around here underneath 48, 58, but it has now popped back up above it. Okay, guys, ATTO trying to hold that VWAP. Excuse me, 280, 282, trying to hold the VWAP. Not shortable for me if it took it out. So oof, here's another one. CVAC, which is an earnings play, guys. CVAC is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day moving average. CVAC, CVAC, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I don't like it. Even if it took it out, there's 820, and then if I wish this were the next low looking left, 750. Hmm. Getting a bit of a slowdown in my chart loading. There we go. Okay, guys, this is another way to play Tesla. If you don't want to, buy a $200 stock, you can buy this. I would only do it intraday though, because I don't know how this gets readjusted once the market closes. It's an ETF, the Tesla Bull, TSLL, TSLL. And then you have, of course, the Tesla Short, TSLS. So both NVIDIA and Tesla have these little ETFs going for it. I don't know what other stocks do. ATTO, ATTO. continues to try to hold that VWAP. Hey, VLD guys, VLD. So what did it do? It pulled back down to the VWAP, 181, a little bit below it, but around that VWAP area, trying to bounce perhaps. VLD. I don't like it though. Just look left. I just think there's too much resistance. What news that they have this wild. Oh, I see, I see. So they've got some kind of an Apple Watch band, I guess. I mean, this was on the 25th, okay? This is the news. So they've got some kind of a watch band that can be used with an Apple Watch. Oof. So last week's high so it's breaking above last week's high now. And that is WLDS. Well, let's take a look left. Where could it keep going to before it hits some kind of, so it started trading as WLDS here. I don't know if this was a, no, there's no way this was a IPO. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It did not. It looks like here. Yeah, so I don't know what the story is. If this was actually an IPO, could have been around $4 to $5, could have been, and then did nothing for months and months and months, years really. Well, not quite a year. Last looks like last August, September. Sorry, last September. Now it is over two now. WLDS over two. Low float, 10.5 million in the float. So if you look at a weekly chart, you see 237 as the next high looking left. Okay, guys, ATTO in jeopardy of losing that 200, the VWAP. and not shortable for me. There it is, 282. So it looks like it's trying to take out the VWAP now. Yippee, SIFY, SIFY. Yeah, I don't know if it's an India internet stock of some sort. We used to see it all the time. Yeah, provision of integrated internet, etc. Okay, so used to see this one all the time. Took out the 200-day, well, got to the 200-day moving average on Friday. Oh, Michael, you're there. 11:59. It crept up on me. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, Michael Noss is in the YouTube room now. So first of all, let me just put my announcement in. I'll be back around 1 p.m. ET. Let me put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Michael. Give me a moment. Oh, it was an IPO at 425. Thank you, Katza. Hey guys, I'm muting myself now. So Michael is in our YouTube room now.
I am.
You are. And let me shut down my my music so I can hear you a little more clearly.
Cool.
There we are. Now I can hear you
Here I
loud
am.
and clear, Mr. Nos. You should be pronouncing it Nous anyway. Why are you pronouncing it Nos?
Everyone else pronounce it now, so whatever.
I know it'd be hard. Even though you know and I know it should be Nous. Yeah. If 98% of the people pronounce it Nos, then that's what it is.
That's it. That's how markets are made, I guess.
That's how markets are made. You can scream and yell that something should be happening, but if it isn't happening, the market is against you. That's just what the market's doing.
It's trader lessons right there.
Trader lessons
I
right
know we've
there.
got a bit of a sad day in the markets. I know you wouldn't have followed a lot of William O'Neill stuff, but
No, I saw that I saw that you guys posted that, but yeah, I don't know the gentleman at all. I mean, I knew the name, but I didn't,
yeah,
know him
well,
at
he's
all.
Investor Business Daily founder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the goats, one of the originals. So
Mm-hmm. Oh,
lived
IBD investor. Oh, okay. That's
yeah,
IBD,
he's
right?
the
Oh,
IBD
okay.
founder, and he was the inventor of the cup and handle and all kinds of
Oh,
stuff.
wow.
So,
Okay.
um,
Yeah, sad day then for you guys who really follow all that stuff and an icon in the industry.
yeah, for sure.
How the
Um,
fires doing out there? Are they subsiding? Does it sort of turn
it's a lot of
on the top
smoke
of it?
now. Now that
Okay.
they're fighting them, they're not spreading too much, but I do have one monitor open with they've got
Mm-hmm.
like the evacuation zone, and then they've got a make sure your shit's ready and you're ready to go zone, and I'm in that. So, well, I'm a
Okay.
little bit outside of that. So
Okay.
I've had my ear
Well,
to the
you're right in the
ground, but
woods. You're right in the woods though, right? So,
yeah, well,
but
that's
not.
yeah, I'm just on the other side of a little town that's kind of acting as a shield. But thankfully, it seems
Yeah.
like there's been no human casualties, right? Pets, unfortunately, there's been a
Yeah.
bunch of pets go, but
Mm-hmm.
and that just shows how we got the whole Canadian thing, right? Everyone helping everyone else out and giving
Yep.
supplies where they need and all that good old Canadian community stuff.
Hmm. All right, my friend, I'll let you take over. I don't know if you've swapped the screen yet.
I have.
And
I'm
you have. Okay,
ready to
Sophie.
go.
Okay. All right. All right. Can you go to one or do you have to leave earlier?
Nope, I'm all good. Normal time.
Okay. Okay, Michael. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. All right, boys and girls. Now that the boss is away, welcome everyone. So if you're new and you don't know what we do here, is just every day we give Barry some much needed time off. We open up the room for a little live Q&A. Answer any questions that anyone may have. Just shoot the shit about the markets primarily. So I will be here for an hour, and we'll chat about whatever it is that that you guys can think of. Let's just move that. Sorry, just moving an order around because I know I'll be focused on stuff. I always have, especially if you're focused on other stuff, always have your stops out and ready to go. So yeah, I know things are a little bit slow right now. Just while we wait, we have a test drive coming in 2 weeks from now or next week. Next week, I think. Um, yeah, the calendar here. So yeah, next week. So that's when things are going to get wild. So we have the calm before the inevitable storm. And a little bit of a calm today in the market, but kind of what we expect, right? So 420 has been the level, give or take, for a long time here, right? So we had 418 here, and we had 417 here, and if we go back a little bit further, you can see the lows here were around 418, 470. We have a high here of 429. So this 420 area, you can actually get rid of that. That's no longer value. It's been a big deal. So we kind of had this nice reversal from this fake out. I think a lot of bears got sucked in. At least that's how it feels, right? I don't like trading off feel, but it feels like we had a lot of bears that got sucked in because we just broke these highs just by a little bit and then we came back down. So I think a lot of people were thinking this was going to be a bull trap, and we pulled back to 410 and then just rocketed. So I do feel like we've got a little bit kind of caught in this area. And then now we broke out today, and we're kind of testing the highs right here of yesterday. So I think this 420 area is really where I have my focus as a kind of a swing trader right now. If as long as we're above this 410 area, I feel fine. I'm pretty much fully invested at this point in different swing trades. But as long as we're above this, I'm happy. As if we're above 420, I'm really happy. But I just don't see any reason to be bearish right now in the markets. There's always going to be the perma bears that give you some sort of fundamental reason or idea why the Fed's bad or the political party's bad or someone's bad, and this is the reason why everyone should be short. But thankfully, as a quantitative guy and a technician, I'm able to kind of shut all that out and then move on with my day. And we've got TI Strength just pumping ideas all day long, and some of those look really nice. So as long as the market remains bullish, we've been stopped going down in October. So we've been bullish in the market for a long period of time now. What, October? Yeah, October was the lows right here. And ever since then, we put in a high and then a higher low and then a higher high and then a higher low and now technically a higher high, right? So that's all there is to it. That's an uptrend, right? You don't need to overcomplicate it. So we had our bottoms in. Where's my Epic pen? There it is. So we had our bottoms in October, and ever since then we've been in this pretty bullish uptrend. So I'm going to remain long until something comes along, technically, not some sort of news event or political stuff. And we'll see what happens, right? So high, and then higher low, and higher low. So that's an uptrend, just like when we were doing this in reverse. That's a downtrend. We have a high, then we have a lower high, then we have a lower high, right? And now it looks like we're going the other way. So, again, don't overcomplicate it, right? Do I know if the upcoming test drive includes the Anchored VWAP add-on? Yes, it does. We're opening up everything, including the new Anchored VWAP add-on. We're working on additional add-ons that I don't think I can talk about yet, but we are working quickly on, and they're going to be really, really cool. But yeah, so the test drive, we kind of open it all up, right? Give everybody a look at everything we have for 2 weeks. The AI, which we're making some improvements to in the back end, which is exciting. A handful of different things like that. So, Michael, how do you find good setups for swing trading? Well, you start at your trading plan, right? Everything starts at your trading plan, and then you build out what it is, why you're going to enter trades, why you're going to exit trades, and then you build the scan from there, right? Again, a lot of people, I've been here, Trade Ideas now for I think about 5 years, and before then, hedge funds and institutions and prop firms. I worked with all the big guys, and not one of them ever started their trading journey by saying, "I'm gonna, figure out a scan." So what it is, you have to develop the strategy. So if it's something like relative strength, we have TI strength. If it's anchored VWAP stuff, we have anchored VWAP stuff. So just sit down, grab some books, right? Brian Shannon's new book on anchored VWAP is a good one. Keep looking and reading about different people's trading styles until something kind of strikes you. And the important thing is to stick with it, right? If you're looking for something that's going to make money all the time, trading's not for you. Every style will have times that it works well and times that it works poorly. The important thing is that you come up with your own variation of whatever style you use and you stick with it. Knowing again, sometimes you're going to be in drawdown, sometimes things aren't going to work very well. The worst thing you can do is just hop from scan to scan to scan and strategy and strategy to strategy and just keep hopping all over the place, because then you never master anything, right? You can always make changes and additions and tweak things and play with things and do whatever, but one of the most harmful things I see a lot of traders do is that kind of strategy jumping, right? Does Google or Bard or ChatGPT helpful in trading plan building? No, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say so. Again, I could give you a trading style or philosophy tomorrow that has a positive expectancy over time, which is all you're looking for, right? The best trading strategies have like a 50 to 55% win rate. Maybe some great trading strategies have a 40% win rate. But over time it makes money. The issue is that if you don't understand it and if you haven't built it yourself, then when it goes through drawdowns, which all strategies will, you'll probably then hop to another one or do something like that, right? Equity curves kind of look just like uptrending stocks, right? Periods where things are on fire, periods where things aren't working out so well, right? Every now and then you might get one of these, and that kind of sucks, and you got to work your way back from it. Any profitable equity curve looks like this. There's none that just do that, right? Make money every day. That just doesn't happen. They all look some variation of this. So the problem is when this period's going on, right, and your equity was higher back here, but when you have this drawdown and then nothing, 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 and then you're fighting your way back, and then maybe it's even worse. Maybe it does something, right? And then you think you're going to get back to where your equity high was, and then you go no, and then you think you might get, and then no, but then eventually, right, things start to work out, and you go from there. So the problem with most traders, I find, is when they're in this period right here, that's when they're like, okay, what I'm doing is not working. I have to completely reinvent the wheel, and give me another 3 ideas to work on, and change this and that and the other thing. And the issue is, I find with a lot of people, is right here when the strategy starts working again, they're off doing something else, or doing or learning something different, or doing whatever, right? It's just how it works. Yeah, like Carl said, tough year for trend followers. Sure is, right? It does it mean that you just completely abandon everything and move on to something else? No. Um, means you stick with it, right? So, and again, if you don't have the confidence to stick with the strategy, it probably means you just tried to adopt someone else's strategy, or you don't really know the ins and outs of it, right? When the market is kind of range bound like this, yeah, this is the worst possible environment for trend followers. But does that mean if you have a trend following strategy that's not working here, does that mean you just completely abandon it and go from trend following to something else? Well, it's no. It's because eventually the market's going to start moving again, and if you're not getting involved, you have no idea when that's going to happen. So if you're not, loyally following your strategy with tight risk management and all that kind of stuff, then you'll end up missing the good markets. And there's a saying in trading, if you can't survive the bull markets, you got no chance of surviving the bear. And I noticed that a lot with a lot of traders back in 2001, or 2020, 2021, when we had this kind of insane bull market. I noticed there's a lot of traders like perma bears and stuff that every time the market would downtick, they'd go, okay, that's the top. The market's going to go to hell now. And, so they'd short in through there and then get stopped out, then short in through here and get stopped out, short through here and get stopped, right? They're always looking for the bear market. So then they end up missing this amazing run. Whereas, anyone with any kind of trend following strategy in this market just completely cleaned up. I had one of my best years in 2020, and then had another great year in 2021. In 2022, it wasn't great. I got by. And then this year is working out okay so far. But again, I just know that eventually the market's going to trend in one direction, and I'll be able to capitalize off that. Again, the worst thing I think people do is they trade for consistency when the market doesn't give consistency, right? Day trading is a little bit different, where if you're scalping and doing some things, then it's a little bit more consistent, but it's a little bit less overall kind of wealth building. The I always find the best way to do it is to, instead of trying to change strategies, I've been experimenting a lot more over the years with combining strategies. And I think that's kind of a good way to do it, where as opposed to having, just one strategy that's like a weekly trend following strategy like TI Strength, as soon as you have that and you understand how you're going to trade it, you have that down, then maybe you implement another strategy that's like a anchored VWAP pullback strategy, and then another strategy that's maybe a day trading strategy. And then when you have multiple strategies working together, then all of a sudden you hope that when one is underperforming, you have another one that's performing well, and it smooths out your equity curve, right? Or have some sort of risk on, risk off system or something that says, okay, now I'm going to focus on day trading. I know some people will do this with the VIX. I know some traders who basically say, it's not where they had to do they did a rebalance there, I guess. Let me actually just, and if we just go VIX chart, we have the Yeah, year to date, 1 year, 5 years. There we go. We have the the ETFs, but not the market. But right, the VIX basically, and this is just what they call the fear and greed index. It just talks about the higher it is, the more people are buying puts and the more worried the market is. And then the lower it is, the less people are worried about the market, right? So there's some people who may utilize the system and say, hey, when the VIX is high, I'm going to focus on short-term trading, day trading, that kind of thing. And when the VIX is low, I want to focus on my mean revision strategy, right? VIX is high. Okay, let's go somewhere. And then, right. So unless you have something like that, but that should, again, that's all part of a trading system or a trading philosophy, right? Want to know your opinion about the AI stocks as an investment? I don't know. I don't think that far ahead, right? I follow again my strategies. Um, I actually picked up a little bit of AI earlier today. I think I got it around 36 or so. Just because it was from TI Strength and one of my trend following strategies. I'm in some Nvidia from a couple weeks ago because it came up in TI Strength. So that's been an amazing one. I think I'm in it, yeah, from around here, around two. I think I'm in 280s. So that's been amazing. So I don't know. For me, this is a bit extended, but you know, things being extended can be further extended. I hear a lot that it's a bubble, and people say that like it's a bad thing, and I never understood that. That makes absolutely no sense to me personally, because bubbles are great. Right? If it is a bubble, that's fantastic. Right? Bubbles are amazing for anyone who has a systematic trading approach. Right? If you have an exit plan, bubbles are great. Uh, so Zoom here on a weekly chart. This was obviously a bubble. Right? There was a moment where Zoom was worth more than ExxonMobil. And Zoom doesn't have any proprietary technology, right? There's how many video, I do a lot of meetings and I was on JC's show on Stock Market TV today, and I do Trader TV. I do probably 10 to 20 different video call type things a week. And there's Google Meet and FaceTime and Slack. And right, there's just, you could, if you sat there and really thought, you could probably think about 10 to 15 different video sharing and things, applications like that. Uh, but that was always the case, right? Since Zoom went from $60 to nearly 600. So, was this a bubble? Like, absolutely. It's only a problem for people who still own it, right? It's only a problem for people who never got out of the system, right? Like, there was no reason for Peloton to be worth more than, or for Zoom to be worth more than ExxonMobil, and Peloton was another bubble. And this is a bike with an iPad strapped to it became an incredibly valuable company, and then right eventually crashed. So the other ones is the meme stocks, right? There's nobody serious out there that still cares about these kind of things. Like, was GameStop a bubble? Absolutely. It was a massive short squeeze. Same with AMC, BBBY. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. BBBYQ, because they're going bankrupt, right? BBYQ. I don't think our chart will have the post. No. So, right, this one's not even going to be here soon, right? So all of these things are bubbles, but I traded GameStop and I traded AMC. Uh, you know, I was in AMC on, I think, this rip or maybe this one. I can't remember. And I was in GameStop, not for the initial one, but the second pop. So yeah, these things are bubbles. And is NVIDIA, is AMD, is AI, are all these things bubbles too? Maybe. Maybe this is the 1999 all over again. And these are going to be a tech bubble where, a lot of money is going to get put into AI, and a lot of things are gonna happen, and then most of them end up going bankrupt, and only a few remain. It's it certainly can happen, and it wouldn't surprise me if we are in some sort of an AI bubble. That wouldn't shock me at all. Uh, but it's not a bad thing, right? It's just you need to have an exit plan, right? You just it's if you invest in a Ponzi scheme, it doesn't mean that you're going to lose money. You just got to be out before everyone else. Now, I don't think AI is a Ponzi scheme or anything like that, but people could be getting a little bit ahead of their skis, right? Everyone could be getting a little bit too excited. But again, I don't think that's necessarily anything wrong with that. Just have a plan, right? Maybe put on a moving average or something, right? So maybe you go, okay, well, I'm gonna play these names. Where's our indicators? Right here, and I'm gonna put on a 200 period moving average, just because it's the most common one. I'd say, all right, if we ever lose a 200 period moving average, I'm out. And as long as you have a plan and you have something that you can stick to, I don't think there's anything wrong with trading these things. I just think the issue is you need to understand that they are what they are, right? They're speculative tech names in an emerging industry that nobody really knows fully the impact yet. AI definitely thinks it will have a major impact. Nvidia definitely seems like it's going to be a major player in there. But the issue is none of that, in my opinion, matters. What matters is what's the price that people are willing to pay versus what's the price that it is now. The thing you always have to ask yourself, is it already priced in? And I think the answer is that no one really knows. So you just have to, the way I look at it is I'm involved in a bit of NVIDIA, again, from a breakout around here, and I'll be in this until the trend reverses. It could be right now, could come all the way back, and that's fine. Or this thing could go to be a $5 trillion company, and what that would make it 2,500. Who knows? The fact that it gapped up when it did the $10 billion offering is pretty wild, but just broke $1 trillion in market cap today. But again, just have a plan, because no one knows. But if you think about it, take your shot. What I'm interested in, looking at our relative strength index, is that there's a lot of crypto names popping up in it. All right, so we have this big kind of cup and handle, I guess, tribute to William O'Neill there that passed this weekend. Right, we got a nice little cup and handle right here. So this thing could be breaking out, but for me, I'm just going to stick to the system. I can see one AI name in there. But yeah, I see what Riot was just there, just left, but Monsters in there, a couple crypto names. What I will say is, as someone who's always traded crypto, but have never been like a crypto savant, I've never been like super hardcore about anything. Is AI seems to be doing what crypto said it was going to do, right? Like AI or crypto always like, oh, we're going to change the world. It's going to do this, that, and the other thing. But it hasn't really. But AI, as soon as I looked at it, I'm like, well, I'm going to use this thing. I don't really do Google searches anymore, right? Everything is all ChatGPT. Right. Yeah, but the question is always, is it already priced in? Right? Have smart people already done the math and realized, okay, Nvidia is now worth $1 trillion because of everything that's going on, and they're right. It's going to be worth $1 trillion, and that's all it's going to be worth, right? all I can say is make your life simple. Right? Make sure you got a plan, you got something you can replicate, right? I know what I need to do. I come in every morning, I run my algos, I run my scans with trade ideas here. I try to figure out which of these names from TI Strength I like the best. I put in my entry order, and with the entry order comes a stop loss and a profit target and all that. Right? It's just as simple as if you're using Brokerage Plus. Let me connect to the demo account here while I'm talking to you guys. And right, so it's just simple as come in, run my scans, put out what I like. Riot. We're talking about Riot here. Right. So I kind of like Riot if we can get back up in this area. So I'll put in my buy. You see it put out a stop for me. I'll just drag that under these lows, and that's the amount of thought I give everything. Because for me, it's more important to use my mental energy to try to come up with new strategies than it is to actually focus in on an individual sector for too hard for too long. And if Riot breaks out here, I'll get involved in some, and the stop will go right here, and that's where I'll be wrong. If Riot ends up being a monster, that's great. And if it comes back and stops me out, well, I've already accepted that loss, or else I wouldn't place the trade, and on to the next one. Costco is kind of interesting. I've noticed this one popping up and down on TI Strength a lot on the weekly chart. Switch over to the weekly here. Really coiling like very, very tightly here. Getting super, super, super tight. So potential that we could break out of here and start to push higher. 600 being the high. It's at 500 now, but yeah, getting really, 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 really tight. Generally speaking, we know that price is not mean reverting, price trends, but volatility is mean reverting. So it means at some point there's going to be, a change here in one way or the other. So at some point, Costco is going to break in one direction. That we know for sure. And since price is trending, we have to bet on the continuation of the trend. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? There's a 50-50 chance just about everything. But I'm looking to see if I can get involved kind of above this area right here with a stop right here. So this would be my risk. And I think it's totally possible that, maybe we take a shot at highs. So that reward line is way bigger than that risk line. And that's all there is to it, right? You probably also do an anchored VWAP from highs. You see, we're actually above that. We're trading above that now, which is interesting. Do I short stocks for swings? Not very often. I would rather, if I'm bearish on if I'm bearish on the market as a whole, I would rather buy inverse ETFs or short ETFs. And the main reason for that is the skewed risk reward profile of shorting individual names. But when I do, which is again rare, it would just be the exact opposite. I would look for the weakest names out there and look for them to continue lower, right? So if you took this Costco chart and you just flipped it on its head, and say Costco, instead of being in just a monster uptrend here, started into a pretty significant downtrend and then started consolidating nicely, I would just look for that to break down. Just keeping it simple, keeping the concepts the same, and in which we know that prices trend, and we know relative strength over time works. That things that are strong will remain strong, and things that are weak will remain weak. Um, then after that, I think it's just a concept of, right, basically kind of flipping it on its head. But you just need to understand that you have that uh, shorting into weakness. Yeah, well, it's just I always trade in the direction of the trend. If the trend is higher, I'm going to be buying, and if the trend's lower, I'm going to be selling. Trying to pick tops is a dangerous game, as a lot of people are finding out right now in Nvidia. And I think part of probably what's happening here is that there's a uh, people betting against this as it's going higher, saying, "Oh, it's overdone, and it's this or that or the other thing." Oh, it's overbought, right? I hate the term overbought because I've done the math, and shorting things that are overbought and buying things that are oversold just doesn't work. Uh, but trend following does, and there's probably a lot of people that are betting, that this thing's going to move lower, and that may be one of the reasons that it moves higher. So again, I'm in the cult of trend following. But you just have to understand you have way more risk, especially swing. Day trading, I don't really care, but swing shorting or holding short overnight, you expose yourself to way more risk than buying, right? And the idea being that Nvidia has gone pretty much in a straight line from $100 to 400, right? So 4x. So you could have lost, that amount of money, um, which is obviously very problematic for people who are doing that kind of stuff, right? The So you just need to understand that. So that could mean smaller position size, right? More securities. There are certainly ways to kind of get around that to make sure that you're not exposed to that risk, but you just got to understand that you can do that. It's why also if the market looks like it's going to get really ugly, you can either just short the market as a whole, and that kind of removes that risk of an individual. There there would have to be an insane event to occur to gap up, the S&P 500 20-30%. Right? You can also do uh, right, something like SDS, which just inverts and then doubles. So if I think the market's going to move lower here, I could buy the SDS, and that's going to push this higher over. In the long run, these things degrade, but for a short trade, if I think the top of the market's in and we're going to reverse over the next week or so, I would just be more likely to buy these things. You can do what PZA, I think, is 3 times. Yes, this is the 3 times small cap bear, right? So if I think the market's doomed and the market's going to go lower, I can buy this and I'll get 3 times the return in the other side, right? As again, just a way to make sure I have good return, but I'm not exposed to the risk, right? I don't know what it would take to make the Russell 2000, which is 2000 individual names, move in a way that would gap and hurt me, right? And then you also have to understand what stocks are you shorting. Um, Apple, for example, uh, probably isn't going to double overnight. Right? I don't know what Apple could ever do to double their stock price overnight. It'd have to be It'd have to be insane, right? But XYZ, small cap tech or small cap um, biotech would be, especially dangerous. Then you really have to be worried, right? Because if you're buying or you're shorting a biotech and they come out and they've, have some amazing drug that does amazing things for awful or a lot of people, then, it could double or triple or whatever in your face, right? So that's something else you just have to consider is, what is it that I'm shorting and what is the risk of it? Where, like a Costco, if you think Costco is going to go down, uh, I don't think there's anything Costco can do that will, cause an insane reaction to the stocks, right? If you have stocks, one is red and the other's in the money, which do you sell? I would probably sell. The question is, if I was up on a stock and down on a stock and I had to sell one, I'd likely sell the one I'm down on, because it means the one I'm up on is trending in the right direction. I don't want to kill that, but there's just way too many factors for that. Right? That should all be dictated by your trading plan, right? You should do nothing but follow that plan kind of religiously, right? Because yeah, way more. You need to know way more than that, right? You need to know uh, for what reason, right? Like, is one green, but it's been in, it's close to your trailing stop, and is one red, but you just bought it, a day ago. That might change stuff. And it's just, it's way more factors than that. And the question is, what do you need, quote unquote, uh, what do you need the money for, right? Is it uh, to take another trade? Well, why do you need the money to take another trade, right? Does it mean that the two trades that you're in, you're not, if you're out of buying power and you only have two stocks and you want a third stock, um, then it's like, okay, well, which of those two stocks is not good enough for you that you need to add a third stock to your plan now? Or does it mean that your plan says that you need to buy another one? Well, maybe you sell equal parts of the other two. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing. So yeah, just too much to ponder for a question like that. Which again is why it's very important to have a plan, because you can just go back to your plan and say, okay, what does my plan say I do in this situation? Now let me follow that, um, without thinking. What scans would you recommend for a 1-to-3 ratio? I don't know what you mean there, Tim. A scan is to find a setup that you have on your written trading plan. Uh, it seems like you're talking about risk reward ratios, but that's going to be all just based off whatever plan you're using. That's not going to have anything to do with the scan. Um, you need to understand what it is that you're looking for and why you're looking for it. That's all that's all trading plan dependent. I mean, there's not a setup that has a built-in ratio like that. It's, what are you looking for based off your plan? What have you tested? You trend follower, revision to mean, you day trader, you swing trader, you long-term investor, there's uh, an infinite amount of ways to answer that question, so the thing you always got to keep in mind, right? There is an infinite amount of ways to trade. I'm a trend follower. That doesn't mean that that's the best way to do it. It doesn't mean it's a way that you should do it. Just that's what I do. You know, That's why I always talk about how important it is to make sure that you're kind of building your plan, because you're the one that's going to have to stick to it, right? But yeah, there's no way to know a ratio based off of a scan. That's more about how you set up and how you what your entry is, what your exit is, all that kind of stuff. A little breakdown in the cues there. Maybe looking like this debt ceiling nonsense stuff that I don't follow. I couldn't pay me to follow US politics. Looks like this might be a little bit of a sell the news event. We're selling back here as well, right? Looking for ideas that are not scalping with a high risk reward. Well, again, so that's step one, right? Step one is to want to find a plan like that. Step two is to find uh a setup that makes sense and that you think you could achieve a 1 to 3, and then step three is the scan for that, right? You always got to remember the final piece of the puzzle, not the first piece of the puzzle. The final piece of the puzzle is the scan, right? The scan it's basically like saying, I want to find gold, can you find me a shovel that finds gold? It's like, no, well, you need to know where you're going to look for gold, you need to know how to look for gold. And then once you find out, okay, I'm going to go here and do that, then you put together the tools to do that for you, right? So we're essentially, the scan is the thing to save you time to find the setup you want, but researching what setup makes sense to you and your hold time and your personality and your trading style, um, that's all the initial steps. And then you can come to me and say, okay, I want to trade uh, stocks that are hitting a new lifetime high because I think that means that they're going to continue, and um, this, that, and the other thing. And then we can find that stuff for you, right? But the scan is not the trading setup, right? The scan is to find stocks that meet the trading setup. Right? And then it's to narrow down your universe, and then you can go through and you can say, okay, well, now that I've got a narrowed down universe, I can start to really kind of go through this scan and look for them, right? Because I could say, well, a lot of these things on TI strength could get you a 1 to 3 risk reward. But do you want to buy these slower moving type names for days or weeks? Right? Does that something that makes sense to you? Do you look at this chart and say this chart makes sense as a way of something that I'm going to buy that's going to push higher? Um, and does that fit in with your other trading styles? Thing that everyone who's in the market needs to understand is that every trader and every hedge fund, every institution, every prop firm, and everyone is competing with everyone else, right? They're all competing for price, they're competing for alpha, they're competing on everything. And it's very cutthroat kind of a thing. If there was a, do this, do that, do this other thing and make money, like let's say, oh, if you buy a MACD crossover in the oversold condition, and it's above its 8-day moving average, that's the secret sauce. You put all those things together and you'll make a bunch of money. As soon as the world knows about that, it will then cease to exist. And that's the way market mechanics work, where what will happen is people will say, okay, I know that when the MACD crosses over, that's the way everybody's going to make money. That's the thing that's out there, and it's, we all know it works, and it works every time, and everyone's going to become a millionaire. So what's going to happen is, because everybody's competing, right? So we say, okay, if you buy, this MACD crossover right here, and it's above its, say, 200-day, because I've got that on there. That's how you do that. And you'll make a bunch of money by doing that. Again, the issue is going to be, people are going to say, I think the MACD is going to cross over, so I'm going to buy here. right? And then someone says, well, I think people are then going to buy here, so I'm going to buy here. And then I think people are going to buy here, so then I'm going to, right? And everyone's going to be front running everyone else on the way in, and everyone's going to be front running on the way out, right? So everyone's going to say, oh, everyone's looking for a 3-to-1 ratio. So I'm going to sell at 2.5 to 1 because then I get my fill and I'll sell the shares before they can. And then someone says, well, I'm going to go for 2-to-1. And then the next guy says, I'm going to go to 1.5 to 1. And then the next guy says, I'm going to go to 1 to, right? There's all of these competing market forces. So it's, another reason why it's just very important that you kind of do and stick to what it is that your own thing, right? My angle is, what does this program do better than other scanners? We get real-time tick-by-tick data, and you can customize these scans that will give you real-time information for whatever your trading philosophy is. That's what we do. If you're saying, I first want to find the scan and then I want to decide what to play, what I'm saying is that won't work. It is first you decide what it is that you're going to play, what your trading style will be, what your trading plan will be, and then we can help you find things in real time as they happen that meets that plan. And if you're saying, I want a scan that tells me where to buy and when to sell and when to do all this stuff, what I'm saying is that doesn't exist because as soon as everybody started to do the same thing, it would then get arbitraged away, which is just how the market works, just how market mechanics work. So again, what we are is we're a scanning and charting and alerting and auto trading tool. So what we can do is we can take your idea that, again, this is what you get paid for as a trader, is to come up with ideas and come up with systems and styles and philosophies. And we can help you find those faster, and we will be able to find them quicker, and we will be able to chart them out for you. And then you can send the orders directly to your broker right from there if you want to, right? That's what Trading Tools does, whether it's us or whether it's other softwares, right? There's no software out there legally and for the reasons I just mentioned who will say, oh yeah, it will be the thing that will make you way more money than the overall market. Because what will happen is a bunch of hedge funds would buy it and they would start preying on the other side too, right? I talked about the fact that things get arbitraged away, not even the fact that, if hedge funds start to realize that small traders are going to do X, Y, and Z, and they're going to put their stop. If I say, hey, you buy the MACD crossover and you put your stop right here and away you go. Well, if enough people do that, that become interesting. Well, what hedge funds are going to do is they're going to say, I know a bunch of people are going to buy right here, so I'm going to short in their face and stop them out. Right? That's the, so not only is it going to get arbitraged out, it's going to be preyed upon, right? Again, which is why it's very, very important to, again, build your own thing and have your own thing. Understand that, like any trading style, there's nobody out there in the world who's 100% or 80%, or I would even say 70% accurate all the time. So make sure you understand that, and then just have something that builds up edge over time, right? Right. So again, what you do is once you have a plan that says, I need to do this, 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 and this, then once you have that plan, you can just build in the system. So, like, for example, you mentioned Bollinger Bands there. So if you just go and you search and you type in Bollinger Bands, right, these are the things we have built in. So if you want to scan for things that are above their 5-minute Bollinger Band, you can add that alert and just type 100 into the min column, Add that because again, you're going to need more than that. The amount of stocks that are above their 5-minute Bollinger Band, there's probably going to be thousands at any given time. So you'll need to narrow it down by, what stocks are interesting to you. What do they need to be doing on the daily chart? This, that, and the other thing. And then once you have a scan, it's not just going to be as simple as you have the scan and away you go. You're going to have to start testing it, right? You're going to have to start going through and saying, okay, well, what would happen if I had shorted this here? And where does my stop go? Where does my profit target go? How long do I hold it for? Do I use a trailing stop? Do I use a fixed stop? Do I use a profit target? Right? That's why the the anatomy of a trade is what do I enter, when do I enter it, and why do I enter it, but then also how much do I buy, how long do I hold it, where does my stop go, what's my plan to take profits. Again, is it a trailing stop, is it an exit condition, like I'm going to buy when the MACD crosses up and then I'm going to sell when the MACD crosses down. Do I put out a profit target so far away, right? It's you have to have all of these things built in, and then you go build in your scan, right? Because the scan will basically say, here are some things that may be close to your entry criteria. But if you don't have all that other stuff mapped out, like and how much and why and when and how and all of these things, then you're just left with a scan that just gives you a bunch of symbols, right? So you have to have all of this stuff just completely mapped out, and then you're good to go. Then you're like, okay, now I just need something that in real time shows me things that are close to my entry because I know how much I'm going to buy or sell and at what time and at what, right? This, that, the other thing, right? Um, for me, it's more like part of the calculus that I give is it's like Google Maps, right? So trade ideas or trading tools would be like Google Maps. So we go here. Here's Google Maps. You now know you can now find your way to anywhere in the world, right? Through a number of means, driving and public transit and walking and flying and taking a bike and all these things, right? And that's what it does. And it does an amazing job at it. But the question is, where do you want to go? Why do you want to go there? How are you going to travel that way? When are you leaving? How much time do you have to get there? Like all of these other things, because that's what you need to have figured out first. I don't just open Google Maps on my phone and expect it to tell me where to go, right? I use Google Maps when I say, okay, I need to drive to pick up my son from daycare and I need to be there at 3:30 and this and this. So right, you have to have everything laid out first and then you hop into the system and you say, okay, all right, Google Maps, you know, depending on traffic the way it is now, what's the best way to make sure that I'm there to pick up my son when I need to pick up my son, right? And part of the problem, and this is something we're always thinking about at Trade Ideas, is the people come at it from the other end and they say, okay, I want to buy Google Maps because I wanted to tell me where to go and when to go and how to get there. And right, it's like we can't do that because where Tim wants to go may be different from where Patrick wants to go, and may be different from where TJ wants to go. And Patrick may have a car, and Tim may only have a bike, and TJ may live in New York City where walking is fine, and Patrick may live in the countryside where you need a big drive. So it's you have to you can't just go here's the thing. You have to go, okay, well, what's the thing for you versus what's the thing for this guy versus what's the thing for this guy. um, right, everyone looks at the market differently, and that's kind of how the market works. If we all looked at the market the same, what would happen would be nothing would happen, and then a news event would come out, and then it would immediately move to whatever price it should be at, and then nothing would happen, right? And then a news event would come out, and it would immediately move to right. But you can look at any chart and know that's not the way it works, right? So there's people in this chart right here. There's people participating on different time frames for different reasons, for different goals, and right. So It's all the other stuff, and that's the job, right? Because at the end of it, when you're done building the trading plan and you're done building the scan for the trading plan and you're done building all that stuff, at the end of it, you're just sitting there and hitting buttons, right? And it's again all the other bits of information leading up to it that ends up being the problem, that ends up being the hard part. Uh, Anybody can trade because trading is just sitting there hitting buttons, right? The problem remains is who can build the best plan and philosophy, and then the discipline to follow it and the discipline to stick with it when it doesn't work and all that kind of stuff that we talked about earlier. The whispering man is coming.
I'm going to shout. I'm not going to whisper. I'm going to shout at you.
There you go.
Are you awake?
Spicing it up on people.
That's right. I don't want to get too routine,
You gotta mix it
Michael,
up.
you sound like you've got the sniffles. You've got the sniffles going.
Oh, I do a little bit. I don't think it's sick though. I think it's part of it is the just the air quality around here. It's just junk right now with the fire just a little bit off. A little bit away.
I keep looking at this ATTO and the fact that it keeps trying to get over 3, and then but we get all these topping tails, and the sellers are knocking it down. But I have faith later on in the day, maybe if it takes out 3, maybe 310, it may get going again. So that's my plan. As you keep talking incessantly about a plan,
you need one.
Oh,
as intraday, there's definitely a battle going on there at 3 for sure.
Oh yeah.
Earnings the other tomorrow during market hours. Anytime the earnings are during market hours, I always, it's always the little tiny kind of junky companies that put out earnings during market hours. Everyone else,
I actually don't believe it. I don't believe it. I know that's what our data provider says, but I have not seen. Boy, I can't remember the last time, even when it says during market hours, I cannot remember the last time something released during market hours.
Like I don't.
Usually it's
right.
Well, yeah. I mean, it makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Even if you it's not like they put the data together and then release earnings.
Yeah,
they've got it together. So yeah, just wait until. Well, this is a foreign guy, so I wonder if maybe it's during our market hours.
Well, yeah, it's Luxembourg.
After hours for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we see a lot of foreign stocks that a lot of Israeli stocks that don't do that. So it may be right. I mean, they're in Luxembourg. Obviously, it's a tax break or a tax shelter or whatever for tax reasons. Yeah. That's why they're there. So maybe. But anyway, now the only thing I would say, somebody was talking about a 1 for 3 and all that. The only thing I would say to that is, we don't have a scan for that necessarily, but when you hear me constantly talking about looking left, all right. So if I'm going to get into a trade and my stop, because of what I think should be my stop, is 10 cents away, and I look left and I see that the next high is like 50 cents away, then I've got a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 or a 1 for 3. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance stopping me. That's the only thing I can suggest, is to make sure, if you get into a trade with your proper stop, then do a quick calculation and figure out, okay, if it where could it stall? Either maybe a moving average or even the VWAP, maybe the VWAP's above it, or looking left. I mean, I'm not going to take, if I was in a trade or thinking about taking a trade and my stop was 10 cents away and I look left and I see that the next high is 10 cents, I'm not going to take the trade. Okay, I'm not going to try to risk 10 cents to try to make 10 cents. So,
well, that's exactly right, because you can't, your stop is where it is, right? And it can't, so that has to be thought about first, is where's your stop? And then you say, okay, where do I think it could potentially go? And I always say so potentially is probably not the right word. Where do I reasonably think it could go based off of, what I've seen before on this kind of trading plan? And then, if you reasonably think it can get 3 to 1 away, then that's probably a trade. A trade you can take. But that all has to come in the planning phase of, what do I think is reasonably occurring? Again, knowing that I can't, I see some people sometimes they think the solution to that is to have like an unreasonably tight stop, right? They're like, I'm really just
Mm,
gonna, on something like ATTO, they're like, I'm gonna risk like 2 cents on this. It's like, well,
right.
you'll never get away with
You
that.
get eaten up. You get
So
eaten
you
up.
first need to say what's a reasonable stop loss, and then okay, once I have that figured out, then where do I think it has the potential to go? Uh, and then if those line up, then you're like, okay, then that's a trade I can take. But I would say it always should start with the setup side of things, right? Because that's the thing that we can help out with the most a trade is. And I know you'll agree with this, Barry, that again, a lot of the problems we have is people come to us and think that a scan is a trading setup or philosophy,
Right.
and
It's an idea
it's
generator. That's what
right.
it
It's
is. It's an idea
first you need
generator.
to know what you're looking for, and then we can help you find it. That's kind of the
Mhm.
simplest way to put it, right?
And the thing is, yeah, I mean, I want to build an idea generator that it's not just going to give me garbage after garbage after garbage after garbage. I have to sift through 1,000 stocks before I see maybe a gem. But if
Yeah.
I have to sift
Otherwise,
through 10 and maybe three of them are decent, that's fine. I mean, and I don't mean necessarily you take three trades, but again, the initial problem though still is, as you say, you can't know where your stop is. You get an alert, you can't necessarily know where your stop is going to be immediately based on the scan. So that requires some quick chart knowledge, and then you see where your stop is, and then you look left the way I do anyway, the way I trade. Then I can size it up. It takes maybe 5 seconds. Okay. So that's why I'll never auto trade, Michael, because I won't know where my stop is until I see what it looks like on a chart, and because I'm not saying to myself, well, every trade I take is a 10-cent stop or a 15-cent stop. That is just not the way I trade. Though I know a lot of people will do that. They'll just say I'm going to risk 10 cents every trade. To me, that's just not based on anything. It's just based on, well, like you're pulling that out of nowhere. And
right.
now the flip side, if it works for you and something like that works, and keep doing it. But I've never found that just by saying arbitrarily, I'm going to risk 10 cents every trade, 5 cents every trade, 20 cents every trade, that doesn't work for me.
No, the only advice I'd give on that would be um to contemplate things like ATR based or volatility based trailing stops or something. But those are a little bit more kind of complex. But right, you're
Yeah.
right. At first, it's just give me the setup. Like, well, what do you want? Do you want moving average crossover, bull flag, or do you just want like something like you trade, which is kind of momentum,
Yeah.
a momentum push or whatever, and then from there, then it's hammering out the detail, right? Um, you know, to uh to kind of drill it all in. But yeah, it first has to start with, well, what's my trading philosophy? What's my time frame? What are my goals? How much time do I have to devote on the market? Right? It's a lot that goes into it.
By the way, I
Unfortunately.
love your Google map. I loved it. That made so much sense.
Yeah, I've
You
been
got
trying to
to.
think of the best way to, because
That's a
this
great way.
is this is
That's a
a
great
this is a
way.
question we get all the time, right? And I think I try to use like auto driving, and I think that may make sense. Like I always use I wouldn't suggest anybody auto drive, or have your Tesla drive for you if you don't know how to drive yourself. And that's I think a good example for like auto trading. But yeah, I think the Google Maps is kind of the best one
Oh,
I
it's
can think
it's
of
excellent
for.
because
Yeah, you gotta
the way
know.
you said it. Tell me Google Maps where I should go and how I should get there and how long and I got to get and how long is it going to take? Well, if you don't know where you're going and you don't know how you're getting there,
Yeah,
Google Maps can't help you. It's that
right.
simple. I
And that's
loved
the
it.
same with
In fact,
us,
I'm going
right?
to
Where
use it,
we're
and I'm going to claim it as my own. Okay.
exactly.
Okay. All right,
All right,
Michael, I'm going to
Barry.
let you go. I got it back in the other room, so get
Same.
unmuted in the other room. So,
All right,
all
sounds
right,
good.
I'll
I'll
take
talk to you soon.
over. You bet. Okay, bye-bye.
All
Thanks.
right, bye
Thanks a
bye.
lot.
No worries.
All the rooms now. I'm back in all the rooms. Okay. Let me get rid of my message. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting on this ATTO to see if it can really, really take out three. Now, this may happen later on in the day. It may not happen at all, but that is what I'm really watching for, this ATTO, to see if it takes out three on some volume. And what else am I looking at? Not much else really, guys. I'm just kind of, because this is, I mean, it's up 100%. So, but it hasn't fallen. Like, I mean, it keeps butting its head into that three level. We got all these topping tails, but maybe sooner or later, if it takes out three in a big enough way, I mean, it could really rip. There's still room for it to go. So that is kind of what I'm waiting on, seeing if it happens later on in the day because of that float, 7.2 million in the float, traded 35 million. So there's lots and lots of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, LXRX showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And is it shortable for me? Let's take a look here. I think it is. Yeah, I mean, what a disappointment for this company. Obviously, they probably fought and scrapped and scraped and to try to get FDA approval for their drug. I guess it's a drug, and looked like wonderful news and now it's just gone negative. And not in a mild way. I mean, it has really gone negative, down 12% now. The pre-market high was way up here over 414, it looks like. Well, yeah, I mean, the small drug companies are just like the junior miners. The junior miner can never, ever, ever, bring a mine to fruition. But they have found the mother lode and all that, and then they hope that some giant miner will look at them and go, yeah, okay, we're going to take you over. Either A, we're going to buy you out, or B, we're going to fund to get the mine up and running. Like a small bio, it's almost the same, I think, anyway. A decent analogy. But usually, at least for one day, the euphoria can remain at least for one day, but not even close for this LXRX. Well, you know what, guys? This sky is sort of interesting. I mean, the spread isn't terrible for a $58 stock. I love to see it maybe take out this right down here, 57.73-ish, 75-ish. And maybe that'll get it rocking down. I mean, it's an AI alert. It's not okay, but it's been chopping around. When I say an AI alert, our AI, there was the alert at 59.32, a huge stop. I mean, there's a massive stop on that. So, I mean, to make the trade worthwhile, I mean, this thing would have to really, move down a lot, and it may not do that. But I'm not looking at that stop, to be honest. I'm looking more at, a stop in this area. Because if you go on risk reward, let's make the math simple. Let's make that's 59 and 65. So that's like a $6 stop. So if you took this trade at 59, shorting it, I mean, there's almost no way it's going to make a one for two unless it just absolutely cratered. It would have to drop $12 from here. Have to get down to 47. I mean, it could, but well, you know what is trying to hold a VWAP is AI. 3823, 3823. So it is trying to hold a VWAP. So you never know. Maybe later on it's going to just pop up here. The high was 4130-ish. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of patience, you know. And I'm not going to anticipate that ATTO is going to do, get over that 308 and start to run. I'm not going to buy it now in anticipation. If it happens, great. I'll know about it because I'll have a. I should make sure I do have my excuse me, my price alert set. I think I do, but let me make sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do. Right up here. I think I'll put one around 312 too. Because we see time and again these ones that just rip, and then for several hours they kind of do nothing, and then later on in the day, maybe they just rip again. All right, guys, it's 1:14, so I think I'll do a video now. Tuesday, so I do have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I will do a video now. Is it 13:15? So say about 1:25. So I should be back no later than 1:25. Eastern time, of course. Okay, muting myself now. Give me a moment. And get rid of my announcement. Okay, so boy, that that ATTO, it really is toying with us here. That looked pretty good. And getting up to 314. Well, I'm not in this one, but boy, this LXRX is just getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Why am I not in this one? 242. 242 is the next low looking left, and there's the 200-day moving average at 240 also. I just feel like I'm chasing it too much now. All right, this is an earnings play, but yeah, FANH, but it's pretty ugly looking when you look left on that daily chart. All right, ATTO trying again. What we need is some volume, big, big volume. Okay, there's a sky now. Very interesting level right here, guys. This sky. What time is that? That's ninth. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know really what happened here, that bottoming tail, if that was truly a trade down here. But if we discount that, then sky is basically a low of the day right now. SKY, a low of the day. ATTO. I mean, I love the way it's holding just over three. I love the way it's been holding the VWAP for a long time now. There is some volume starting to come in. I'm just looking at the volume bar right there. A little bit of volume coming in. Time is it now? 127. So has another 3 minutes to close. Be nice if it could maybe get up into this area here, maybe a couple of million. Okay. I'm just gonna forget about Sky. It's just, oh no, no, no. Shoot. I thought that was 58.32. Doggone it. That was good. That was a good short. I didn't take it. I was for some reason I thought it popped, but it actually move down. So that's too bad. You're talking for the ATTO, 315, 320. But I want to see, do want to see some volume. But to me, it is, it's kind of setting up as a late dayer, but it's got to hold three and it's got to hold that VWAP, of course. Otherwise, all bets are off. And that's for the ATTO. Yeah, well, here's NVDS. So you want to short NVIDIA, you can buy NVDS if you want to short NVIDIA. I'm not suggesting anybody shorts NVIDIA, but this is to me, look how it looks. It looks exactly like NVIDIA flipped, with these two candles here, two daily candles. See these two daily candles up here. And when you look at the short of it, the two daily candles down here. How is this wilds doing? Even the wilds, later on, it's holding. There's it's a little bit like the ATTO, kind of trying to hold over a whole number. It's holding the VWAP. 185 is the VWAP. It's been getting close to the VWAP many times, but it seems to be trying to hold. Well, that high is 236. That high meaning the high of the week of August last year, September. Sorry, September of last year, and it basically got there today. The fashion company here, Zegna, through the 200-day moving average today. Yeah, not too many Italian companies on the exchange, but this one is ZGN. The next low looking left is around 1042, so it's got 60 cents or so. To the next low, looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, thank you, Dwayne. So old trader circulate. Oh, I see. Now this is showing up now. Okay, this is showing up now for, I don't think I saw this earlier, but yeah, IB in my Interactive Brokers headline, I'm seeing it now at 1:30. Boy, what a fall from grace this one had. Remember this KC went from 380 up to 1018 in 3.5 weeks or so. And that was at beginning of April. And then since then, it has just sunk right back to where it came, right back from where the run happened. Oh, are we looking at round two? Okay, but that's a pretty, it's going to take a lot, I think, to get people interested in this one again. And that's the KC China stock. ATTO getting frisky again, guys. I looked at SDA earlier and the spread was horrific. And the spread is still horrific. Look at this, 1832, 1888. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys. Sorry. I mean, I'm just going to continue to watch this ATTO. Their AI play, IDAI. Haven't seen this one. This one went crazy a few months ago. Got up to 666, I think. 60. All right, so this LWLG, this is there are some shares available for me to short. There's the VWAP at 742, so it's just underneath the VWAP now. Pulled back, tried to get above the VWAP, but the VWAP sort of stalled it. So this, on a 717 break, this could just give it all up. All right, guys. Well, it looks like at ATTO is starting to give it up now. It may not happen. Too bad, Poe, you've been stopped out then. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time right now. I'm not going to do any, I'm not going to probably take any trades about 20 minutes or 15 minutes before this marketing meeting. So I'm just kind of watching. I mean, the Atto, if it comes back over like 315 on some volume, that could get me into it. But I mean, it's still holding the VWAP, but didn't like that. I didn't like that break all the way down to, I think, 288, 287. I didn't like that. Eventually, the buyers are just going to say, you know what, forget about it. Because we've got, no, I granted, we've got some bottoming tails too, but 1, 2, 3, so 45 minutes. And now this one, so it's almost an hour. The buyers have been trying to get this going higher. and the sellers keep knocking it down. Well, Sky, yeah, I can't believe I missed this one. I didn't miss it. I saw it and I just got, I think I was looking at that ATTO too much. And, but look at that. 57.65 is where I wanted to take this one. Oh, there's $1 now underneath. Well, Poe, I'm cheering you on. I hope this time it works for you. Not news, but it's a reason. It's a reason, Shady. I mean, if you're looking for a reason why something is moving, it's as good a reason as any. All right, guys. Looking at, I mean, AI takes out the high, which is right up here, 41.30. Put an alert. It doesn't look good. The ATTO is right now challenging that VWAP. I saw APLD. Trying to see, maybe I didn't. I don't see it in any scan that I've got. I'm just checking. I don't see it on any. Oh, wait a minute. It's on my watch list. APLD is on my watch list, actually. We're talking about right at the top here. Remember SIFI was flying high. Now it's flying low. SIFI flying low. Ah, So the last new high from the momentum up was at 12:29. So about an hour and 15 minutes ago, hour and 20 minutes ago. Nothing. So the market is still a little disconnect. I mean, the Nas is up just a little bit. The Dow has been down all day. Not huge, but it's been down all day. So a bit of a disconnect again between the tech stocks and or the growth stocks and the revenue, the value stocks. Oh, AI guys, AI, AI, AI. Now it's just about a new high for the day. What is that high right there? That high right there is 41.30. It's getting close, close, close. Takes out that high, it could run. All right, round two maybe to take out 41. Round two to take out 41 for AI. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't think we have a symbol for the E-minis. We don't because we don't trade the E-minis, Robert. If you're talking about E-minis, and boys, let's stop this nonsense about the news. Okay, what constitutes news? What is news? Okay, you guys have agreed to disagree, but let's just drop it now. Okay, I don't care who. There's no right or wrong, but the next post I see on it, I'm just going to delete it. It's that simple. Meanwhile, AI try to get over 40 again. And you never know. Yeah, this ATTO, you never know. But you need a huge amount of volume to come in to spike this through 3, I think. Question in our YouTube room, can we scan for red to green stocks? We actually do have an alert for that. Okay. If you are you a subscriber, Ivan, or just wondering in general? Are you a subscriber? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Well, I can show you if you're a subscriber, you can right click on an alert window, click on search, and I think if we type in cross, there we go. Okay. So you've got your cross above the close or cross below the close. Okay, so those are two crosses, or you could do it from the open, cross above the open. But if you're talking about going red, if you're talking about a stock that was, down, and then here's, let's just say that at ATTO closed at $3 on Friday. So you could use this crossed above the close alert, and it would show you when it crossed above. Okay. So I have to do again, go to an alert window, right click, and then click on the search and just type in cross. And you'll see them right here. Cross above and cross below the close, okay? So red to green obviously is crossed above the close. Okay? Well, then I'm glad we have exactly what you what you were looking for. Seriously, that's good. Now, a caveat, okay? Some of our real-time alerts require some volume confirmation. Let me just see. It probably is because what happens is, if it crosses it by a penny and then drops back down and up and down, I think I just want to see. Let me see what our help says on it. Yeah, so seconds minimum since the last crossing. So you may want to, give it a little bit of time rather than have it up and down, up and down, up and down. You'll have to. I don't use this. Okay, I don't actually use it, but if I click on help, it's going to tell me. It's going to tell me exactly what it's all about. You probably want to, take a look at the options. So crossed above the open confirmed. You probably want to try this, okay? Like it says, the alerts listed here require statistical confirmation before they appear. The filter, this filters out the noise, but requires a slight delay. So it's up to you. You can try, without any filtering, or you can try with a little bit of filter as it says, the filtering. Hmm. Well, unfortunately, starting a Zoom call has caused my computer to go haywire again, but I can handle that. It's towards the end of the day, so I can handle that, I guess. Look at ATTO, boy. It's it's trying. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a check of my system. I want to see what might be going on. Wow. Yeah, there's something going on. As earnings after the close tomorrow, that should be interesting. I don't know what people really expect in terms of earnings from AI. I'm sure not much, but you're right. Right after the market closes. All right, guys. Let's take one last look at some of the links I've got in terms of the test drive, etc. All right, guys. I put the test drive link in. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Fast approaching. Fast approaching. So It starts in terms of live data next Monday. Okay, so you'll get 2 weeks of premium for $11.11. It'll be 2 weeks. It'd be 10 trading days from the 5th to the 20th inclusive. The 20th is a Tuesday. The reason we're doing it till Tuesday is because there's a holiday on the 19th. Okay, Monday. So again, it'll cost $11.11. You'll be able to do everything except there is no auto trading at all. Okay. Otherwise, you'll be just like you're a premium subscriber. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. The last one we did was October. So we used to do them every quarter. Obviously, we're not doing that. So I have no idea when the next one is. So again, if you want to try us out, this is a great opportunity. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also take part in this test drive. It will cost $11.11 and we'll bump you up to premium for those 10 trading days. And once it's over, we'll move you back down to standard unless you tell us no. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, take it seriously. Just don't show up Monday morning. Oh, I should one other thing. You'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday. Okay, so you'll have access to the program. You can download it. You can take a look at it Friday evening and then Saturday and Sunday. And this is what I would do. Again, what I was trying to say is, if you're going to do a test drive, take it somewhat seriously. In other words, just don't show up Monday morning and have not a clue about what trade it is all about. So this is what I would do. All right. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. It'll be at the top here. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, we still have the 25% off. It is Memorial, all in caps, 25. Memorial 25. So, obviously you want to take out a subscription right now. Don't use that promo code for 15% off. Use Memorial as in Memorial Day, 25. And Memorial is all in caps. Okay. And that'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So again, if you're going to do this test drive, you can take a look at this get started. You could even look at it right now. Obviously, you don't have to do anything about the download and install. But Introduction to Scans, episode 7, Introduction to Scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. You should know, that'll get you started with trade ideas. Okay. And if you're new to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101. A lot of videos. Okay. You don't have to start off at the very first one. I mean, it literally starts off with what is a stock? Okay. That's video number 1. But Michael Noss at Traded is put this together. This is not a third party. Okay. So you can take a look at that. I do a stock of the day video, which is free. You can sign up for it there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotion folder if you're using Gmail. The education is here. Big education section is right here. You click on it, and here's the user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, of course. But at the beginning, there's that getting started again. A little more in detail about what alert windows are and top list windows are, and I would learn about stock racing. Okay? But you don't have to learn everything that's in a user guide. And that is about it, other than, of course, my scans. So if you want my scans, so when you click on my homepage link, it'll be at the top. Just scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. This is the race that you see. This big scanners from the open is right there. I do have another race that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You see the halts resumes over there, and that weird symbol showed up. Here's my favorite scans, the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. Don't get too many. In fact, this is more indicative. Don't get too many alerts. You know, only what, 7 on the breakout and 4 on the breakdown. And there's the doc momentum up and down right here. These are momentum stocks. For you to see this stock, a stock here, the volume in the last minute had to be at least 1,000% of normal, things like that. And they're making new highs of the day. Okay, and there's my single stock window. Single stock window is fully customizable. This is what I like to see. Okay, but you may have a different idea, but you know, I'm certainly willing to share this different idea. Maybe you want more fundamental data. You know, it's up to you. But you know, it's all based on the filters. You know, and you just select what filters you want, and it'll show up here. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then you use that promo code Memorial25. You get the 25% off. And if you save my homepage, then you can look at my scans anytime you want, plus the education section. All right, AI storming back. All right, guys. So I usually put myself on mute right around now. I hang around till about 3:20. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Ask away. And I am here. I'm just going to it gives me a chance to do some other things, but I am here. I'll hop right back on the mic if there's a question. All right. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm going to shut the room down now. Again, thanks for all the help today. Open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 8 to 9, you guys can talk amongst yourselves, and then I get on the mic at 9 o'clock in all the rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.